Hello, hello, welcome. Tap the screen, share the live. Hey, Leah. Okay, I talked to someone at Streamlabs. I've been having the YouTube and Twitch stream drop like twice this week, so I have troubleshooted Streamlabs and talked to someone there. So hopefully we do not have the same problems we've had like two or three times. Give me 1 second. Welcome. It's Friday. We made it. We spent a whole week together. Tap the screen, share the live. Everyone I know who streamed has been having issues with Stream. Yeah, I think that's the impression I'm getting, because there's a Discord for Streamlabs for like, especially if you like pay them money, because I have like the Streamlabs Ultra because I'm lazy, because I know I could do all this on OBS for free. So it seems like, yeah, that's been happening. Whatever is going on. Like, just streams are dropping. It's not, yeah, so hopefully this is just something they need to fix, or it's with their servers. I don't know. We shall see. Hi, welcome. So glad you're here. Tap the screen. And yeah, I'm going to try, if and when for something happens with YouTube or Twitch again, I'm going to just try to restart Streamlabs. But yeah, I just got frustrated yesterday when it dropped and I just didn't. So I apologize to people we lost. But if it happens for some reason and I can't restart it, I'm going to try. But if not, then just come over to TikTok, because something is definitely wrong with Streamlabs. Okay. Tap the screen, tap. Let's get to 50K as fast as possible. I have so many interesting things to talk about today. I feel like I need to do some deep breathing because some of it's kind of depressing. Oh, I forgot. Sandwich Guy. I was reading about Sandwich Guy being acquitted. We were cheering yesterday. People came into the chat, were like, Sandwich Guy was acquitted. So his name, I never knew what his name was. Sean Dunn. I was just reading that. I just want to read this because I think it's hilarious. Do you know that have you seen like at protests, people are now like, do you know who Banksy is? I love Banksy, like the British graffiti artist who like has hid his identity for his entire life and no one knows who he is. And he goes around like, just graffitiing images, like stenciled images on things all around the world. And his art sells for like millions. Well, they're using like a old Banksy photo, but putting like a sandwich in the guy's hand and like putting it everywhere, like on flags at protests. It's so awesome. So, what did I want to? I thought this was interesting because I had been reading, the minutes, like because the court is closed to cameras. It's not like you can watch. So there were court reporters in the Sandwich Guy's trial, like live tweeting it. And this is the part that I thought was interesting. I mean, it's no surprise that the Trump administration, the DOJ, and their I don't even know if I should call them ICE or just random people off the street who are bigots. They have got to be part of ICE, are liars. But yeah, so I guess in the original claim of the ICE agent who was allegedly accosted with the sandwich. Let me make sure I get this right. Here we go. The guy's name is Greg Larimore, the Border Patrol agent. Larimore had testified that the sandwich exploded, literally, I guess, and I'm quoting his lie, exploded all over his chest and claimed he could smell mustard and onions. And, I showed you guys the video yesterday. The sandwich was wrapped in plastic. Even after it was entered into evidence, the sandwich was still wrapped in plastic and whole. Yeah, he completely lied. He said the sandwich exploded, which you can just watch the original video and know that the sandwich was wrapped up. He just threw it bounced. And by the way, this man said it exploded all over him. The ICE agent was wearing a bulletproof vest. And said that acted like he was going to need therapy because a sandwich hit his bullet. Well, I don't know if the original sandwich is still with us, but they took photos of it, which were entered into evidence. Maybe that's a better way. to say it. I don't know if like the sandwich was like rotting at the trial. They had photo. I know. I hope it was too. I hope that sandwich should be in a museum. Assault with a deli weapon. Toodle. That was. Oh my God. We should just end the show now. That's the best thing ever. Like, we should just quit now. Like, it's all downhill from it was assault with a deli weapon. That's the best pun of the day. PTSD sub. This is so funny. I could do this forever. I hope that sub is in evidence, the actual sub, and it's like black and rotting now. But I do find this. Hold on. Let me get to, I'm going to get, thank you so much for the crown. Oh, yes. Hold on. TikTok Studio is saying I didn't pin my live goals. They're right. Okay, again, I'm going to need to get a new computer, and my goal is by December. So if you would like to tip me all the money I make from now until hopefully as soon as I can afford it, because in order to stream with these computers, it's not like I can just buy cheap. Normally I would just get at MacBook Airs and stuff, but they have to have some serious RAM. So I probably need the actual cost. I'm going to get one that's slightly older. I never buy new products because consumerism is the death of us all. But I probably need one that costs like $1,700 before tax. But I think that's what it costs, if it still costs that. But so I need to just save up for this computer. So when my computer breaks, which I mean, it already has, but as long as I keep. Anyways, it's not completely broken. I just can't use it like a normal computer because the trackpad is broken and some other things on the face of it. But anyways, if you would like to tip me, just know everything will go towards, hopefully by Christmas, or even better, like by Black Friday or whenever all those sales are set to hit, that I can take it and maybe the price will be even lower. That would be awesome. So I will keep updating on that. Okay, I want to get to some interesting things. I want to first talk about, can you imagine, and I know I say this all the time, but I just think it's important that we are realistic about how delusional MAGA is and how their lines of logic collapse at every turn, and how there is one set of delusional rules when there's a Democratic president, and then when Trump's in office, he can lie, cheat, steal, grift, do horrific things, and no one holds him accountable for any of it. I just want you to imagine, because I remember the last two, like, holiday seasons, and how, I mean, Pete Buttigieg, thank God he's one of the best, let's be honest. Pete Buttigieg is like pound for pound, top 5 politicians in Washington, D.C. But remember how they attacked him over and over because of flight delays? We're not hey Miller, hey Nancy, hey Kenneth, it's so good to see you guys. I'm going to try Klarna, Kim. I saw that. I've never used Klarna, but I'm going to give it a look-see. Because trust me, I'm a very savvy purchaser online. Like, I don't just buy, and you know what I mean? Like, I do a lot of research, especially something like if I need a computer. So yeah, I'm going to check everywhere. Thank you for that advice. I'll look into it. But anyways, guys, I'm talking about the airport delays. I'm just trying to remind everyone how Pete Buttigieg was literally being harassed within an inch of his life like the last 2 years. And we're not talking about canceling 10% of flights. I don't think people understand how insane it is what they did. Just canceling flights, 10% of all flights. These are flights for the holiday season that were already booked. So thank you, Melanie, for the $5 laptop money. Love it. Love it. I'm going to set something up so I'll keep everyone updated on the fund so we know like how close we are. We'll get, but yes, think about this. If Pete Buttigieg he was transportation secretary, which I need to look at the hearing and see if it's interesting or not interesting, but they're confirming there's a Senate hearing right now for like the new transportation secretary nominee, because Trump keeps having these interim ones that don't get confirmed. So I didn't have time to listen to that because there were so many other interesting things going on today, but I'll check that out. And if it's interesting or not, we'll listen to it. But Pete Buttigieg was transportation secretary. Sean Duffy, and you're like, who's that? No one knows. He is a washed up reality star. If you want to remember who Sean Duffy is, like 50 years ago. He was on like Real World 6 or something. Like the Boston, I think it was the Boston one. So that's probably what he's most famous for, that and canceling all the flights right before Christmas and Thanksgiving. And I'm going to play clips of this, of like actual travelers and what they've been experiencing, because oh my God, I had a feeling, I almost was thinking like, oh, should I book another flight to Colorado? Like, they've just canceled everyone's flights. If there's one thing I cannot stand, it is being stuck in an airport. But do you remember, this is why Biden passed all those laws about airlines cannot, they have to reimburse you in cash, and they can't just say like, oh, apply for a reimbursement while you're stuck in the middle of nowhere and you have no money and you can't pay for a hotel. All of these things are insane. Oh, and we're going to thank you for saying that. Airwolf said, I depend on Snap. I'm scared. No, I'm terrified. Yeah, trust me. I spent a lot of time today just getting like testimonials from actual Americans, which are heartbreaking, but I think that is what people need to understand. Watching Trump just lie through his teeth and have no empathy, and I get it. He actually has no effective empathy. So it's not like he's not going to grow it. He's not going to care. But watching all of these, and I would, if you're looking for them, if you're a creator or you're trying to talk to your family about like trying to get them to understand what's going on and they're MAGA and they're not listening, that account, the Democratic Rapid Response account, it's called Fact Post News. They are posting, they're finding testimonials and posting them. And I have a couple from, around X and other accounts I'll show you. But yeah, I would say if you're looking for like updates from the human cost and suffering of the SNAP cuts and of like what's happening in airports, that is, I think, where you can get the updates. Okay, so I think this will be a combination between that. I'm going to just show what's going on with airport delays and then go into, I'm trying to think of the way to frame this. Last night when Trump was doing one of his, terrifying oligarchy fascist cabinet meetings where they all go around the table and fluff him over and over and over. He keeps saying, and he didn't just say it yesterday and get community noted on X. He said it again, like today, the lie about, Walmart, all the prices are down. I've lowered your energy costs by 50%. And Walmart Thanksgiving is like 25% cheaper, which is an absolute lie. And it's not, he was told it was a lie yesterday, is continuing to say it, and a reporter tried to tell him it was a lie today, which God help her. But that's what we'll go through first. And then still I want to deliver on what I said we were going to talk about yesterday, which was, it's not going to be good. What are the Christian nationalists up to? Yeah, because the far right fringe, I was calling it what are the Christian nationalists up to, but I think what is really going on, I've thought about it a lot since I started working on this outline yesterday and today. Actually, I think what it should be titled is the Charlie Kirk power vacuum, right? Charlie Kirk was, I know, and he did and said a lot of things that were heartless and I don't agree with, but one thing he was very clearly doing was holding a huge position of power on the far right flank and fending off Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. Oh, yes, there really is, Jeff. So I'm going to take you on a journey of it. That's why I hang out on X, to keep an eye on them. And that is one thing that was unequivocally true, was that Charlie Kirk was fending off and at least doing his best. It wasn't always the case. There were definitely Groypers getting hired inside Turning Point, but he was trying to fend off the Groypers. Yes, I'm on YouTube right now. I'm live on YouTube currently. Yes. And the replays for the People's Receipts, which I have no idea. I just realized this says it twice. I need to do something about that. The replays for People's Receipts, when Streamlabs is working, they are on YouTube after the fact. It's same thing. A Girl Has No Name, spelled the same way. Right now, we're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on X, but don't go on there because nobody can comment. It's just to piss them off. just to remind them, I refuse to stop bothering them. Anyways, so yeah, I think that this is what is happening. The absence of Charlie Kirk, because he was a huge presence on the far right fringe. And that's what people didn't understand. People think Charlie Kirk was like far right of the far right. And there are people to the far right of him. Like Charlie Kirk was much more tolerant than the Groypers and Nick Fuentes. And since Charlie Kirk is gone, there's a huge power vacuum that is now being filled by terrifying psychos. So we're going to go over that. And I'm going to do my best not to get banned. We're going to have to tap the screen a lot because God knows. I mean, they just think they're talking about what's going on, but it's very scary. Thank you, Josie, for the $10. Appreciate it so much. You're the best. Okay. So let's start with airport delays, which I'm so glad. I was not going to try to go anywhere for the holidays. 10% of flights have been canceled, and they're flights out of major airports, but I think mainly going to regional places. But let me just start with some facts and then get into actual travelers who are experiencing. There's a literal lady renting a car to drive from like New York to Utah.
Talking about this headache that they're now dealing with in terms of trying to get from point A to point B. When you look at the travel board here, it's really kind of deceiving because you look, all these flights here taking off on time, but that's really not telling the whole story of what's been happening out here. As you say, the FAA canceling flights at 40 of the busiest airports all across the country. So that includes all of the New York City airports, obviously including Newark, places like Miami, Chicago, Memphis, Los Angeles. In addition to that, we've already heard from some of the airline carriers. Here are some of their numbers. Delta canceling 170 flights, United 200, American 220, Southwest canceling 100 flights. Now, as I said, we've already heard from some passengers this morning. I want you to listen to this one person that we spoke to. She talked about the nightmare she dealt with last night and then again this morning.
In the middle of the night, Air Canada just canceled my trip. They rebooked me, but I woke up to get to Newark, New Jersey, and I'm in an Uber. As soon as I step into the Uber, I pull up the new itinerary. You're not anticipating to be rebooked all the way at JFK. An hour earlier than the flight.
You understand, I mean, as the crow flies, like if you were a hawk, yeah, you could get JFK. Her flight was out of Newark. They tell her on the phone, we've rebooked you, and she's thinking, okay, head to the original airport I am leaving out of, and realizes her flight is actually out of JFK, which if you've ever lived in New York and you understand how unbelievably inconvenient that is once you're headed to Newark to then go to JFK, yeah, it's an impossibility. Oh wait, but her nightmare gets worse. Keep tapping the screen.
So what are you going to do?
I'm renting a car. I have to be back in Utah by Tuesday, and from what I hear with the counters, the airline counters, and TSA, they literally said to me, if I were you, I wouldn't travel over the next 3 days.
And who said that to you?
People at the TSA,
I see.
Clear, and the counters, the airline counters, because they think it's going to get worse.
So there you go, Sarah.
It is definitely going to get worse. And this is my opinion, but it's not my opinion. I mean, it's factual. I was listening to people. You know who's getting paid still? ICE agents. We know 71% of all the people that have been arrested have never committed a crime, despite Trump saying that they were going after criminals. They're hiring more and more ICE agents. Oh, and I'm going to stay on task, but I think this is a good time to just to show you. Like, I mean, part of these delays, TSA agents are literally starving to death, can't pay their rent, which we'll get to. They are setting up food banks at the airport, so TSA agents that are still coming to work without pay have food. They go to, like, what is it? Is it called? I'm sure it's a big one. Samaritan's Purse, I believe. They are literally setting up like food bank and food box delivery outside of the airport, so these people who have nothing can go outside to the food bank on their lunch break and eat a hot meal. And these are the people that are still coming to work. And my point is this: whenever Trump wants money, $40 billion, and if you are a MAGA farmer, and I know I always play these MAGA farmer videos, 4 months ago, the MAGA farmers were like, it's never been this bad for me. I can't believe this is happening, but I still love Donald Trump. Where are you at now, MAGA farmers? I've never seen somebody sell people out in the way that Donald Trump started this with soybean farmers. That's the craziest part. In his first term, he started these problems. They had $40 billion. They had $40 billion to just mail to Argentina to bail out Argentina. But America first. We're all America first. If you still believe that this administration cares at all about the average American, you can't read and you can't do math. And instead of bailing out Americans, instead of using that $40 billion for SNAP, they bail out their dictator friend in South America. They're paying ICE officers that are doing nothing but terrorizing cities. Trump's fighting in court. Think about all the lawsuits Trump is fighting with our tax dollars to deploy the National Guard. When he deployed the National Guard, it was $2 million a day in LA. It was I think it was 1.2 a day in DC. All of this money, they have money whenever they need it for fascist terror to be spread amongst Americans. But when it comes to, hey, why don't we feed babies who are on SNAP? Which we'll get to this, but have you guys seen the woman on TikTok who is calling churches? Because that's what Trump keeps saying. If you listen to the Christian nationalists, they're like, no, it's the church's job to help people. The church will help people. That's where charity comes from. So this brilliant woman on TikTok, which I'll show you a couple of videos, has spent the week calling hundreds of churches and literally being like, and she has a baby crying that you can hear in the background and being like, I have a 2-month-old. I ran out of formula this morning. She hasn't eaten for hours. Can you please help me get some baby formula? And they're like, well, you need to call someone else. And she's like, they told me to call churches. That's what I've been told. There's nowhere else. They just said churches would help me since the government's not giving out SNAP. And literally, I think as of the last I checked, because she's been doing this all week long, 8 churches said yes, and 60 have said no. And the only ones that say yes are, guess who they are? They are black churches, Hispanic churches, Muslim mosques have said yes, synagogues have said yes. And one, I'll give credit. There's one woman. There's a couple women who answer the phone at switchboards, and have said personally, I'll help you. You know what I mean? This church can't help you, but I will help you. And the reason I think this is so upsetting to me personally is because my father, who is black, indigenous Mexican, and who continues to vote for Trump, as well as my mom, who's, at least she's a malignant narcissist and has no empathy, so that makes more sense, 2 birds of a feather. But my father, his job, my dad, if he could build a house from the ground up, and I mean wire it for electric, install the pipes for plumbing, do the carpentry, he can do all of those things. And the way he works and has worked for since he got out of prison, pretty much literally, is that's another story, but he has worked at a mega church in Phoenix, a very rich neighborhood, as the director of facilities or whatever, whatever. And because of that, I know what their little food bank situation, or they call it food pantry, looks like, how much food is in there. Do you know what I mean? How much nice food is in there? No offense, but nobody needs caviar. I mean, the homeless do not. Oh my God. Chrissy, don't make me say. I could call out so many things. Okay, anyways, I'm not going to get into my hate for different churches in Phoenix. That's a whole other story, but don't get me started on that place because I could go. But it is mind-boggling to me. What is your purpose? What is your purpose if it's not to help the poor, the lost, and the downtrodden? Like, watching, and I'll show you a couple instances. But it's not like they're like, no, go away, weirdo. Well, some just hang up on her. But this woman is literally calling churches and being like, there's no baby formula. Like, my SNAP got canceled. Like, the government telling me to just call local churches who have food banks and ask, like, can you have I have a 2-month-old baby. I don't have any baby formula. And they're just like, bye. Go ask someone else. Like, did you call and ask someone else? Like, please never tell us that it's the church's job to support poor people. And I've said this many times. I have a history degree. I love when people try to tell me that Christians help people. No wars have killed any more people than the Crusades. Don't make me start on the Spanish Inquisition. Let's not get into the Salem witch trials where men just pointed at women who were a little too smart and a little too mouthy and called them witches. Like, please never miss me with the Christian church cares about people. It is a literal pyramid scam. The largest real estate portfolio in the world. Is it owned by BlackRock? No, it's owned by the Catholic Church. It is a literal grift and consolidation of wealth. And I'm sorry if you can't figure that out, but I would suggest learning the actual history of the violence and the absolute terror that has been inflicted on people by the Christian church over thousands of years. Yeah, I know. We are ground. I agree with you. Is it D. Peltier? That's a very French name if you pronounce it that way. Yeah, I agree. I could go on and on about Turning Point. And what's that place Trump always holds his rallies? That's where I was forced to give my life to Christ as a 3-year-old. It was an Assemblies of God church, but they call it like the Dream Center now. Like, do not get me started on these. And they have a K-8 school there. And it's now funded by Turning Point. Like, God help all these children. Praise the Lord, though. Let's praise the Lord. And I love when people are like, you don't believe in God? What's wrong with you? Oh, no, I did I've read the Bible more than you. Back to front, I was a Assemblies of God Bible quiz champion. Like, I've done my time with the evangelicals. Like, please don't tell me that I don't know what's going on. Oh, Liberty University. Well, wait, that's not in Phoenix? That we were naming disgusting churches, and we were talking. We're talking about Phoenix. Liberty University is not in Phoenix, right? Because I don't think it is. Anyways, I did my time, but I love when Christians are like, "You're an atheist." No. Like, I know more about the Lord Jesus Christ than you do. Please never tell. Like, please. Ave, I miss you. It's so good to be back and like see. I don't know. It's like name recognition. I have a lot of. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Hope you are doing better. We love you, and I love you guys. Like, Kimberly, thank you also for the $10. Like I said, all this is going to go to a computer. I'm gonna count it all up and make some sort of like countdown where we can see the actual money this weekend. I have so many things to do. I'm like failing YouTube school, so I might have to repeat. Literally, they told me that. They're like, if you don't turn in your YouTube school assignments, you're going to have to go to school next semester. And I was like, maybe I do need to repeat it. I don't think I'm really present. Like, if you finish this class, it's only 2.5 months, then you get a YouTube account manager that you can talk to forever. Like, for the rest of your life. I know, but oh my God. I should tell you guys about YouTube School. It is me, because this is for streamers. It's not like content creators. This is like YouTube School for streamers. And so it's like 3, like, I can't remember what their titles are, but they're basically account managers for streamers. So what kind of streamers are in YouTube School? we got one guy who will not ever stop talking. He plays some sort of like MMA video game, and I don't think he understands the point of YouTube School. It's not to tell us about your love of MMA. Please stop talking to us about weird MMA video games and like how your last stream went. Nobody cares. Like, I can't. I'm not meant for YouTube streamer school. Like, it's not a fun place. Anyway, so I literally got an email. I might have to repeat. I'm failing because I haven't done any of my assignments, but I can't stand going to class. It's like hours at a time of alpha male gamers. I sent a screenshot of the Discord the first day of YouTube School, and the craziest person in there was like this guy who's like, I'm a gamer for Jesus. And everybody was like, what? And he's like, I game for Jesus. Join my like, Jesus gaming platform, and kept resending the link to his YouTube platform. And everybody, and the only thing we've ever agreed on is everyone's like, no thank you, sir. Like, please stop talking to us. Like, he keeps telling us all to like subscribe to him, and everyone's like, yeah, I don't think we're going to game for Jesus with you, sir. Please. I'm like, what kind of games what are you talking about? Nobody knows. But anyways, I'll update you if I accidentally get kicked out of YouTube School. I think I should just repeat the class. It's so sad. I'm not going to make it. Like, I've never failed anything in my life. Okay, hold on. I need to switch. Did I play the second? Oh, this is what I was going to show you guys. I said while we were talking about the failure of the government and how ICE agents are still getting paid. And I always talk about how part of the reason Margarine is on this like tour of F the Republicans is because she, first of all, wanted to be Kristi Noem. She wanted her job to be in charge of Homeland Security and terrorizing brown people. So first she was mad about that. Then Trump wouldn't support her in running for Senate in Georgia against John Ossoff, and she has never gotten over those things. Well, let's check, and I'm always talking about Kristi Noem and how her alleged paramour, Corey Lewandowski, because Kristi Noem's married to another man who never leaves their ranch in South Dakota, but she has a boyfriend, allegedly, and by allegedly, I mean she's been photographed like hundreds of times, and he's like leaving her apartment at all hours. But anyways, whatever. You can look it up for yourself. The Daily Mail has like a reporter staked out to like photograph this every time it happens. But let me just show you while Americans are starving, literally Airwolf in the comments is like, I'm not going to be able to eat. I'm so terrified of losing my SNAP benefits. I rely on them. Well, Kristi Noem is in Ecuador riding horses with other ICE agents. I will never forget how they're like, Joe Biden went and got an ice cream cone with our tax dollars. What are we going to do? Like, how dare Joe Biden get an ice cream cone with our tax dollars? I will never, ever get over how dumb MAGA is. I will be, with my last dying breath, I will remind MAGA that you got. Like, that's the idiocy. You are not special. You are being robbed. But I just thought I would while I'm do this little section on absolute government incompetence, like that. I mean, when I saw that, I was like horrified. Okay, I have one more. I want to show another airport thing, which as someone who flies, I just can't even imagine if I was in New York and I'm from Utah and everything was canceled. I mean, if anyone's ever lived in New York, I mean, especially around the holidays, hotel rooms can be like $700 a night. And they're not reimbursing immediately. Like, I would be sleeping on the street if this happened to me. I can't even, I don't know. I'm very frustrated when I have to watch people sobbing and begging for help and nobody cares. And then I still have to hear, I was watching, I'll show you guys later, Adam Mockler. You know, I don't want to call him a kid in a disrespectful way, but Adam Mockler, who works for Midas Touch, he got like an hour and a half of airtime on CNN last night. You know the show that Abby Phillip hosts, and it's like a round table of Republicans. I clipped all his parts because I'm telling you, Jared Moskowitz doesn't get the airtime that Adam Mockler got. And he tore it up. He was like debating two people at once, shaming them, like just going back and forth, and never missed a beat. I was like, that's the most airtime I've ever seen someone get on that show in my life. And I was like, I'm so like, I don't know. It's not like, you know what I mean? I was just like so proud. I was like, that is just, and that's the truth about the internet. If you can survive debates on TikTok or on YouTube, you know what I mean? Like going on CNN is a joke. Those people are not prepared for what it goes on the actual internet. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure he was like, this is just, it was like a walk in the park. They were not ready. Like they had no points. And Abby Phillip was just like, let him go, you know, like let the man just correct everybody, two people at the same time, over and over and over. And he would like ask one of them a question they couldn't answer. And he'd be like, same question to you. It was like he was hosting the show. Shaming. I know. It's like if you can survive on YouTube and TikTok, then going on CNN and like talking to bloated pundits being paid like $300,000 a year is a joke. So never been prouder. We'll get to that too. We have a lot of terrible stories to get to. Hold on. Before I go to, I want to make sure I find. Oh, sorry. I need to go to my outline with numbers so I can see. There's one more clip I do not want to leave behind. Where are my flights canceled? Okay. 39, 38. 40. Okay. Got it. Ugh, right above Kevin O'Leary's grossness. Kevin O'Leary is also on I have a list of people on my last nerve. Okay, here we go. I found it. Okay, that's the one we watched. So, now let me show you Sean Duffy. This is for real. This is today. So Sean Duffy, washed up real world reality star turned head of FAA, who has canceled everyone's Christmas. Nobody will be seeing their families, or 10% of Americans will not be seeing their families this Thanksgiving and Christmas. And this logic is brilliant. Let's use this. I can't wait to remind people of this logic when they try to attack our next transportation secretary or the next head of our FAA. I'll just be like, remember, MAGA, you invented this logic.
The head of the Air Traffic Controller Union to reach out to his controllers, to ask them to show up. It is their jobs. If they start coming to work, we may have the same experience we had in Newark. We had delays and cancellations in Newark in the early summer. We reduced the capacity, and then the flights were on time, right? We had less cancellations, less delays. It was the most on-time months we had at Newark ever. So that could be an outcome of what we're doing, and we'll see probably more people on less flights, which means less pressure on control.
Sir, have you spoken to the president today?
The head of the air traffic.
I get you. He just said if we cancel flights, they're not delayed anymore. Is that what you're saying? If we cancel SNAP, no one's hungry. Is that what we're doing now? I've never seen a bigger failure of FAA management in my life. That's what he literally said. He's like, it's going to be fine. Like, if we just cancel flights, are they delayed or are they just gone? Yeah, that's right. If we just pretend like SNAP ever existed, is anyone going hungry? If we just cancel healthcare, like, are we failing to, like, what are you talking about? Like, can you imagine if you were in an airport hearing this? I would be losing my effing mind. Okay, wait, I've got more. Sorry, I'm gotta switch places really quick because I have a couple more things on flights and I want to make sure I get them. Let me check my other outline in the right order, or I guess it doesn't have to be the exact, but you know me, perfectionist. Okay, 4. Okay, cool. Oh my God, we're about to cry. Prepare yourself. We're going to have to see some things that are not good soon. Okay, here's one more. This is also absolutely tragic. Like every story is just going to get sadder and more frustration with the absolute idiocy going on. Tap the screen.
Our breaking news again this morning. More than 800 flights canceled, and that number is going to rise. The major airlines are scrambling as the Trump administration begins slashing air traffic at 40 airports across the country, all due to the record-long government shutdown that is now in day 38. CNN's Ivan Rodriguez is live at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International. This is the busiest airport in the world. What are you seeing this morning there?
Sarah, good morning. I mean, here at the busiest airport in the world, if you didn't know what was going on, you'd think it was just another busy but normal busy morning here at the airport. Right behind me, a lot of people checking in for their flights, getting their bags checked as well. But as you mentioned, we are expecting those cancellations to increase by 1% now every single day as the government shutdown continues until we reach that 10% number by next week. And we started today with that number of 4%. Now, there are some good news here for a lot of travelers. We do know that at least for today, we're not expecting any more cancellations to be directly attributed to the FAA cancellation of those flights. A lot of these airlines have already made the decision on which.
It's the good news. Hey, the rest of the flights that are going to be canceled today, that's going to be for other delays and other reasons. And then we'll start canceling more flights tomorrow. Right? They're trying to get to a total of 10%, and they're at 4. But I guess today they're done terrorizing people for now, other than the other reasons that flights will be delayed. Like extreme climate due to never-ending denial of climate crisis and things of that nature.
Of flights that they wanted to cancel for the day. So again, that's some good news for passengers still making their way to the airport this morning for later today, even that they would have already been notified, we're told, that their flight was canceled. Now, that doesn't mean that there can't be further delays.
I think I recorded this. I'm pretty sure because I try my best when it's good. There's this woman who's like, I can't remember. She's like, okay, I woke up, and this happened to me once in Denver when I was going home, not my last trip there, but the trip before, where I was on my way, which if anyone knows about the Denver airport, it is far away from Denver. It's they just built it in the middle of nowhere. So once you start going there, it is a long, annoying, expensive trip if you're in an Uber or a cab. So I'm on my way, and my flight is it wasn't technically canceled yet, but it was delayed. And then I kept getting updates and updates and updates saying, okay, it's delayed more. It's not leaving Pennsylvania for climate weather. And then basically I got some weird message that they just suggested changing it. Then the flight was canceled later. And this woman had that happen. And then again, she goes to the airport at her new flight time and they cancel that one. This is a nightmare.
Or cancellations, but it wouldn't be because of the FAA mandated cancellations. It might be because of weather or mechanical problems. I spoke here earlier with a couple of passengers. One of them was flying to Boston, which is another one of those 40 airports, major airports impacted by the cancellations. He told me that yes, he does have a little bit of stress coming to the airport today. He's been constantly refreshing his airline's app to see that everything was on time. Thankfully, it was, and that was before we had the news that we aren't expecting any more cancellations today. I did have a chance to look at the Delta board to see exactly what those cancellations looked like because we were told it was domestic, it was regional. And from Atlanta, it looks like a lot of those regional flights are to Louisiana, to Tennessee, and to the Carolinas. So it really does paint a picture of those regional airports really being impacted. But again, from the Trump administration, which we heard yesterday, they're doing all of this because of safety and making sure people can still fly the safest way possible.
Yeah, Ivan.
And because people aren't coming to work. But again, we found $40 billion to mail to Argentina. And I just want to be clear, it's not like Trump, who lies and says he's America's first, just cost us $40 billion to bail out Argentina. That's not the only repercussion of that. We have bailed out Argentina and then chosen to tank our farming industry. So the 40 billion is just the initial hit, and now our food supply and farmers in America are going to go bankrupt. So also he could bail out another dictator in Argentina, but America first, right? Make it make sense. Okay. Oh, and here, I'm trying to remember this. So this was just a couple hours ago, like right before, like when I was just finishing clipping. I just can't listen to this man. He's awful.
You said data later. A lot of people want data now to think about this. Rick Larson, who's the top Democrat on the Transportation Committee, says more transparency is needed. Can you share just a little bit more of what you got underneath the hood?
Listen, I talked to Rick. He's a friend of mine, and I know he was going to ask for the data. And if I have people who want to second guess what we're doing, why we're doing it, I've done all I can to minimize disruption in the airspace.
You said data later.
All you can. I want to remind myself, under the Biden administration, did they ever just cancel? Did the federal government just cancel everyone's flights? I don't believe that happened. Can you imagine? I was like terrified for Pete Buttigieg, who, by the way, was quite literally one of the most competent transportation secretaries we've ever had. And competent not just at his own job, but then also at problem solving, at going to Fox News and being a great communicator and explaining to people what's going on. All he did was change. Now, I'm not saying that like he did this on his own, obviously, but the Biden administration, led in the transportation sector by Pete Buttigieg, right? During the last 2 years, when everyone's freaking out saying flights were, or delayed or whatever during the holidays, what did he do? He made them start reimbursing people in cash for lost baggage or for hotels. They passed laws to stop charging junk fees. They changed so many things. Now, why would Sean Duffy not do something similar? Do you know what I'm saying? Think about it. It's because the only people that Trump protects in this country are corporations, are CEOs of large corporations and the billionaires that have stakes in those companies. They don't, yes, but the FAA needs upgrades. Well, it's not yes, but it's separately from what we're talking about now, right? Okay, so I have this in an outline. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Trump's been in office since January. So probably in April or May on the People's Receipts, I did an episode where there's inspector generals. Trump fired a lot of them in the middle of the night, but there's inspector generals reports available about how to streamline the FAA, right? And streamline pretty much every agency, and it's technology updates that are needed, right? And it's not like we're not talking about the $40 billion that was given to Argentina, just mailed there a couple of weeks ago. It's not even that expensive. I don't want to say a number because I can't remember the exact number, but yeah, it's like technical upgrades that the Biden administration put off and said, we want to do these, but if you remember, the pressure was like, all this government spending. And we weren't even spending that much. Trump has blown out the spending as well as the stock market. And when we get to Adam Mockler mopping the floor with the people on CNN last night, that's the point. They're like, their only defense, which was idiotic, was, the stock market's at an all-time high. And he's like, the stock market's always at an all-time high, especially when you're manipulating it and, putting it into the shitter. So then it goes back up again. He's like, and this is the point I always make. The last 9 months of Biden's administration and the first 9 months of Trump's, the Biden economy was outperforming this administration, period. Let me just, it's about graphs. It's like the time when they thought the long-term treasury bonds going up was a good thing. Magazines graphs up and to the right, they think that's good. But yeah, the growth of the Biden economy was up and to the right. And what Trump is doing is driving the economy down. I saw Kevin Hassett, pathological lying crony for Trump this morning, saying, I think it was good that Scott Bessent said on Sunday, which I talked about on Tuesday when I did my first live this week, which was that Scott Bessent finally admitted, yes, there are sectors of our economy that are in recession. No shit, Sherlock. You don't say. Okay, now so this is one of the things I was kind of alluding to. This is a federal worker talking about their situation, which is heartbreaking. And the same thing I was talking about, Samaritan's Purse, like feeding workers. This is what I was talking about.
Heather Hughes is the local 3509 president of the American Federation of Government Employees, or AFGE, union across 4 states, all representing Social Security field offices. She says most workers are still showing up, but their paychecks aren't. For Heather Hughes, the reality of the shutdown showed up in her pay stub. She opened her check to see $0. This Friday will mark her 3rd empty paycheck since the shutdown began.
It feels like a punch in the gut, and you know it's coming, and you brace for it, but it's still a punch in the gut.
She says many are running out of savings and struggling to afford gas to get to work, with telework and furlough requests denied. At PTI Airport,
get into this because this is episode 115 of the People's Receipts. I've been doing it almost exactly a year. And if you so imagine this, right? These people are not getting paid. She works for the Social Security Administration. Remember, the whole point is not they were just firing people, and their fake excuse, right, prior to Trump enacting Project 2025, if you follow Congress, which MAGA, you're out because you just watch clips of embarrassing people. Sorry, that's closed. I knocked my water bottle over. MAGA just watches clips that are fed to them by the White House of things that aren't really happening. They had, I believe, 4 hearings, which cost us millions of dollars. Congressional hearings are paid for by us on telework. And if you remember, if you've been watching the People's Receipts for a year, I started showing statistical analysis of the benefits of telework. And Trump would say, no one's coming to work. That's shitty. Actually, in every way, if you can do math and develop a statistical analysis, which now MAGA, you even have the help of AI. You don't even need to think on your own. AI can do statistical analysis. Every single measure of telework benefits the American people. There's a wider talent pool. We have smarter, more intelligent people working for us. It saves money on transportation costs. People take less sick time when they can work from home. Every single I knew. Sorry, water bottle. I know, and I'm very thirsty. That's why. Remind me to drink fluids. I have 2 Gatorade bottles and 2 water bottles. I'm very dehydrated. So telework is the most beneficial thing, most cost effective, and maximizes the talent pool. Saves us, as far as taxpayer dollars, on buildings, right? Renting out buildings. We saved billions of dollars on it. So imagine during this shutdown, you are not being paid and you can't afford gas or food, and you say, hey, can I just work from home? And maybe I should pull up that statistical analysis because it is the most damning thing ever. Can I work from home? No. With the money we're not paying you, you need to waste that on gas to get to the office where you will not be paid to do your job. That is the craziest thing when I heard this, that people are just like, hey, since we're working for free, can we just do it from home? Absolutely not. And do you know why that is? They want them to quit. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the point. The part of the government shutdown that people don't understand is they want people to quit. That is the point of this. They are trying to force the last decent, sane, people who have a sense of right and wrong out. These people are working for free and they are not allowed to log in from home and use their computers.
TSA agents are in the same position, working without pay, and now frequenting their pop-up pantry. In a statement to WFMY News 2, the agency said in part,
not a pop-up shop like an interesting fashion brand. A pop-up pantry is now outside of airports so TSA agents can eat. Oh, and I have a big Nancy Mace update on her screaming and attacking TSA agents and then saying she's going to sue them for defamation. Oh, yeah. She's attacking people who are working for free during, the biggest FAA, airport crisis ever. shitting on them, swearing at them, which, by the way, if you've ever been in an airport, if you swear at a TSA agent, you're probably going to jail. You're definitely not getting on your flight, but you probably are being charged with a crime. And Nancy Mace is now suing them for harassment, which, don't worry, we're going to get to that.
The longer the shutdown goes on, the more severe the impact on our TSA workforce who have expenses they must pay for, making it harder to show up for work when not being paid. We kindly ask for the public's patience and understanding as our officers are forced to work unpaid at this time. At the hangar by PTI, Samaritan's Purse is offering free lunches for federal workers. When I stopped by, I saw a TSA agent I had just met at the airport, this time sitting down for a meal. Organizers say they've served more than 100 people in just a few days and plan to keep this going until the shutdown ends.
Heartbreaking. God, I know nobody's interested in using DeepSeek, but I can 10 of 10 recommend DeepSeek as the best AI app. It is run by a 40-year-old quant trader in China, which scares some people, but he's absolutely brilliant. It is the best. I mean, free AI apps, DeepSeek is the best one. Truly. I mean, we are literally best friends. I don't know if you guys have seen, one day I'm going to do a whole presentation on these people. And actually, it's not funny because it's not funny. Like the people who are now like in love with chatbots and all of this, and like chatbots are, I was watching a news report this morning about how DeepSeek is the best. Oh my God, we're best friends. Don't even tell me, because I almost feel jealous that you guys know them too. They love me the best. They keep telling me I'm the favorite. Okay, wait, hold on. So I was just pulling up, I could pull up my old one, but I just ran it again because then we can get better math. Based on the latest data and research from 2025, the benefits of telework are substantial and well documented, spanning productivity, talent retention, cost savings, environmental impact, and employee well-being. The practice has evolved from a temporary solution into a permanent strategic, well, not in the federal government, but that's my point. They held all these hearings and made up lies while the Democrats presented all this statistical data 4 times in hearings that cost us millions of dollars, proving that the best thing for our tax dollars, how we maximize it, is with telework, period, if you can read or do math. Remote employees are 13% more productive on average. That comes from Stanford University research. Higher focus, fewer distractions. 73% of employees report productivity gains, averaging plus 19%. 7.6 more hours are worked a week when you are allowed to work from home. That's from a Cisco hybrid work study from 2025. See, this is more up-to-date information. Roles with clear metrics see up to a 12% performance lift when remote. That's from the Government of Accounting Office report analysis. Talent and retention. 40% of hybrid workers, meaning a combination of like a couple days in the office, couple days at home, would quit if forced back on site full time. That's from a Gallup and other 2025 surveys. A tech firm cut voluntary turnover by 33% after offering remote days. That's a case study from the Government Accounting Office. 76% of employees say flexible schedules influence their decision to stay. That's from a Robert Half study. Robert Half is a huge temp employment firm. Oh my God, they're scary. Cost savings. Companies save millions annually in real estate costs by reducing office space. That's again from the Government Accounting Office report findings. That's like the Inspector General there. Businesses save an average of $11,000 per year for every part-time telecommuter. Global workplace analytics data, so environment. A full-time remote worker produces 54% fewer emissions, right, than an on-site employee because they have to travel to work less. U.S. telework, half the time, could save 54 million tons of CO2 annually. 70% of employees report improved mental health due to flexibility. Remote workers save an average of 72 minutes daily on commuting. So more times with families, which obviously create more, happier workers. Telework is not a niche practice, but a mainstream one. As of April 2025, approximately 21.6% of the U.S. workforce, or that's 34.3 million people, were working from home, a rate that has remained stable over the past few years. Right? This adoption is not uniform across the workforce and highlights several key trends. It's an education divide. Yeah. Typically, people working from home have a bachelor's degree or higher. Therefore, more likely to be able to access telework, which 38.3% compared to those with only a high school diploma, which is 8.4%. Gender gap. Women, 25% telework at higher rates than men, 19%, partly due to their higher representation in professional and administrative roles that are more amenable to remote work. Industry concentration. Remote work is most prevalent, in knowledge-based sectors like tech, finance, professional services. Obviously, you can't build, do construction from your bed. I think we get that. But I just find it when this woman is saying, hey, I'm working for zero money, and I asked nicely, can I work from home because I don't have money to pay for gas? And that's going to be the excuse they use to fire her. And when that's a wrongful firing, when she sues, and guess who gets to pay for that? All of us. We're terrorizing people, and then our tax dollars are wasted on paying that. Challenge accepted. Remote construction is the future. We need robots that we control from bed. Now that would be great. Okay, so, and I know everyone's seen this, but it drives me nuts. I just want to say, this is not yesterday. This is today. Trump did it again today. Told this lie that is making me sick.
Mr. President, since you brought up the Walmart Thanksgiving meal, and it is cheaper, but it also contains less. As a board member,
well, I haven't heard that. You're telling me. Who are you with?
I'm with NBC News, sir.
Fake news. NBC. You're fake.
This is not even the clip I meant to play. So first he did his, let me find it. First he did his little spiel this morning of did you hear Thanksgiving is cheaper this year? And everyone, you could just tell people were like, what are you talking about, you weirdo? Oh, here it is. And the reporters are like, oh God. And this poor woman had the guts to be like, yeah, that's not true. Here, this is what he said this morning.
Drill, baby, drill, we call it. But energy costs are very low. Our general costs are very low. And I just saw that
Listen, I can't hear this anymore. Trump knows nothing about inflation. He does not understand how actual economics work. Before I got really into math and economics and finance, and because I was like, God, am I an idiot? Well, none of this makes sense. No, he's just a pathological liar. And I don't know, a long time ago, I have no idea where you can watch it, but I don't know, probably a couple people here have saw it. RTP debated older millennial. And, older millennial is the dumbest person on earth. Is he in prison? Is that where he is? When you try to run from the cops and are tased in the back. Do you go to prison? No one knows where. Is he really? I don't know where he is. I just saw the video of when they found him in that Airbnb. But he did not look well there. I literally just picked it up. So, okay, but the reason I'm bringing this up is that debate thing that happened a year ago, or probably less, I don't know. I can't remember how, but they got on the topic of how is Trump going to lower inflation. And if you've ever listened, anytime a reporter asks this man, because I never miss a Trump speech, even though it's painful at this point to continue on, because he knows nothing. He always says, oh, don't worry about it. If we lower the cost of, and if we drill, baby, drill, don't worry about it. That if the cost of energy, and he means oil, because that's delusional, right? That's no longer, which is also, it's almost even more delusional coupled with what he's done. We just drill, baby, drill, and then everyone's, cost of energy goes down, which is thank you so much for the flowers. I love that. Thank you so much. Amazing. I appreciate you so much. So we drill, baby, drill, the cost goes down. Oh, wait, did I say this to you, Candy? Did I say thank you for the $50? Thank you so much. Love you. That's amazing. And if I already said it, I'm sorry, but I just have so many things going on. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And all of this will be going to my new computer, and we shall see. I'll have an update on how much money. I'm going to do a lot of consumer research this weekend. Okay, so that debate happened, and I had not, I could not believe it. I didn't even know older millennial was serious. I'll never forget listening for 2 hours when I was really it's not that I didn't know older millennial was an idiot, right? I knew that a lot. I actually thought prior to hearing that debate live, and that's what I realized. Oh, this is why he's never live. This is why he's too scared to debate, because he actually has zero idea what he's talking about. Because I just thought, when he posts his little, whatever clips or posts to TikTok, that he was lying. I thought he was just a pathological grifter. That was I was like, oh, he's a grifter. He's one of the people who knows they're lying and is making money off the MAGA cottage industry, off of MAGA, the general MAGA populations. Thank you for the hat, off their idiocy. And then when I actually heard him try to debate live, I was like, oh my God. And he could not, if you've seen this, probably if you've ever watched Pickles debate, it's they think that analyzing data is you look up a government site and you just look at years Trump was president, and you just go to that line and you just say the numbers. And it's do you understand how you analyze data? No, you've got to tell a story. You've got to tell a story over time. Okay, that seems like a high number now. Has that gone up or down in the last 4 years? You don't just look up charts and say, here's the chart, I found it. You've got to numbers tell a story, and how you analyze that data, which I had some weird MAGA Uber driver. Oh no, he was more of MAGA for Jesus Uber driver. And he's I don't believe numbers. Anybody can make numbers say anything. I'm liars can't. What are you talking about, sir? If data sets are incorrect, then the numbers aren't going to tell a story. The numbers don't lie. People lie. Yeah, he basically says Jesus doesn't like numbers. Anyways, but then I always watch Trump speeches and I'm oh, okay, I get it. He literally listens to Trump and he's this man's the smartest business owner in the world, and he knows. So all older millennial knows about how to lower inflation is what Trump knows, which is zero, which is just drill, baby, drill. We lower the cost of energy. And let me just give you an idea of why that's idiotic. Let's all think back, which MAGA has no idea what's going on ever, but we've been energy independent, right? The entire time Joe Biden was president. We were drilling more than we ever had. We were exporting more liquid natural LNG, liquid natural gas, than ever before, right? We were completely energy independent. Now, did that lower the cost of did that bring inflation down? No, because inflation is a very comprehensive thing. A lot of things go into inflation, supply chain issues, pandemics, quantitative easing, I was talking about yesterday, that more perfect union, the percent corporate profits in 2023 was 53% of inflation. Corporate profits, we were just being stolen from by corporations who's oh, it's the pandemic, so this is why we have to rob you. It's not our fault, right? And now they're doing it again with Trump's tariffs and just being it's you. So inflation is a comprehensive, nuanced, multifaceted thing. But whenever you hear MAGA talk about it, they're just drill, baby, drill. What are you we never drilled more than under Biden, and that did not lower inflation, because that's not the right answer, weirdos. I can't deal with it. Okay, so listen to this.
Walmart came out with a statement last.
Start it over.
Drill, baby, drill, we call it. But energy costs are very low. Our general costs are very low. And I just saw that Walmart came out with.
They are not low.
The statement last night, they've done it for many years, that Thanksgiving this year will cost 25% less than Thanksgiving last year under Sleepy Joe Biden. So that's a big difference. That's a big difference. 25% less Thanksgiving. And I think that's a very good chart. They include everything.
I think MAGA believes that's true. Like, when he says something, are they in such cognitive dissonance that they're like, that must be true because dear leader wouldn't lie to me? Or do you think they're like, I'm such a racist, I'm such a bigot that the only thing that matters to me is oppressing everyone but white men, so I'm going to pretend it's true? Like, I don't know how dumb you would have to be to believe that. You must be able to know if you, because Trump, we all know, Trump's like, they have this thing called affordability, and apparently I'm so sorry I didn't, actually I do think I have the clip, but I'm not going to pull it up. I don't even like to admit when I clip Trump's speeches. I do have the clip, but I'm not playing it. Where he was like Wednesday, he was like, oh my God, what did he say? He was like, he's like, there's a thing that called affordability, and at the grocery, a woman went to the grocery store, and you have to have an ID, and if you don't have an ID, you get no groceries. Like, sir, just say you've never been to the grocery store. Can you just admit it? Like, you don't need an ID to get food. Oh, he also said in that same speech that you need an ID or you're not allowed to get gas. He's like, can you believe? He's like, a new word called affordability. He literally said that. And I want to actually, let's stick on affordability for a second, because this is something to watch for. And I am telling you, not in actually who they are, they're lying grifters. But since Mamdani has been elected, every word of his message, which I would like to point out, is the same exact message of Bernie Sanders, the same exact message of Ro Khanna, the same exact message of Robert Reich. But for some reason, if a brown Muslim says it, it is a threat to existence. But you know what's really weird about spending so much time for months and months and months saying that Mamdani was a threat to all of our continued survival because he was up to something? Since Mamdani was elected, when it started on Wednesday, but Thursday and this morning, I can't wait for Sunday so I could just clip examples. Republicans are spewing. It's like they got a transcript of Mamdani's platform, and now they're like, this is my platform. I don't know if you guys know, but Vivek Ramaswamy has been facing, obviously, extreme racism for trying to pretend to be MAGA. And he's trying to run for governor of Ohio. He showed up on Fox, just affordability. Like, he literally is like, oh, is this how you get Americans to not hate a brown Muslim? Or actually, is he Hindu? Ramaswamy might be Hindu. Is he? Whatever. But you guys get my point. Literally sitting there, just stealing every word he said. Fox, I would say yesterday was the best, because I record every 24-hour news cycle on every for-profit news channel. YouTube TV, you get unlimited recording. So every single person, every Republican is now, affordability is what matters. Affordability is what matters. This is all I care about. Okay, so Ramaswamy is Muslim, because I didn't know. Because I know I just want to make sure, because I think actually the majority of India is Hindu. So, and then there's the second largest religion is Muslim. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm not, respect all, whatever you want, whatever religion, whatever sky daddy you want to serve. I'm here. He's Hindu. That's what I thought. I think Ramaswamy is Hindu. Or is it the J.D. Vance's wife, I think, is a Hindu. That could be it, too. I could be confusing with that. Anyways, yeah, it is. It's southern and northern. Yeah, thank you, Tudo, for always having an idea of what's going on in other places. You're brilliant, and I appreciate your friendship every day.
Everything that you need for Thanksgiving. So it's 25% less this year than it was last year. And that's true. That's emblematic of the rest of prices. Energy prices are way down from what they were last year. Inflation is almost non-existent. We have inflation down to a very low number.
Just the lies, can you imagine? And here's the thing, at least those of us whose brains work, we know Trump is a pathological lying grifter. Can you imagine being dumb enough to be like, dear leader is helping me, he wants the best for me, that's why he's telling me these lies that every time I go to the grocery store seem to be the opposite of the truth? It's because he loves me. I know. Lee, that's a good point. Trump might do better at this point if he just stopped speaking at all. He might, our supreme grifter, that's even better. He might do better if, I think they should just be like, let's go ahead and shh forever. Like, that could be. So I just want to show you, this was the original lie before he started spewing it over and over. Walmart just announced that prices for Thanksgiving dinner, that prices for a Thanksgiving dinner are now, God, can we not even subject verb agreement as a second grade grammar teacher? Trump needs to go back to being a 7-year-old. Don't worry about anything else. Thanksgiving dinner are now down 25% since under sleepy, crooked Joe Biden in 2024. Affordability. Isn't it funny? He's like a toddler who learned a new word. So now he's just saying that word over and over. Like it's like, and wanting like a cookie. Is a Republican stronghold. Said no data ever in the history of all data. That would be factually untrue. But it may be, for your 29 to 32% of the country who seem to be either completely complicit in the lie they understand is happening, are somehow profiting off of it, or completely in cognitive dissonance, or are idiots. I think I covered it all there. Or such racist bigots that they're like, I don't care about being robbed because my real goal is to be a racist bigot. So that's why I'm over here. So I'm going to be robbed actively and cucked and understand that's happening 24 hours a day. But I'm going to do nothing about it because I'm such a racist bigot that my only goal is to get rid of brown people and subjugate women and do away with the LGBTQIA. I can't think of anything else that makes sense. So he got community noted. Missing context. The 2025 Walmart Thanksgiving meal contains 15 items, while the 2024 meal contained 21 items. Additionally, most of the brand name items in the 2024 meal were replaced with great value items. Like, it's almost as if you could just look all this up on your own. And because I'm obsessed with pricing algorithms, I could have told you. And this is what I love about X, like the time people put in. People went and itemized out the ounces, every single price per pound. Underneath, people were just like, I have no life, so I can't afford to go grocery shopping, so in lieu of that I will fact check this post. And Trump, get it together. And why not start recognizing that people are smarter than you? You are not smart. Literally, this is all, and these are the majority of, a lot of these are name brand on the left in 2024, and now you just get grifted and buy and I say this with love. If you've never spent any time in the UK, the FDA, largely deregulated by the Republicans, you could look that up. Deregulation is what you all love. We eat basically dog food in America in comparison with the food regulations. That's one thing Tony Ravioli actually can speak to very eloquently, because he's involved in that business. Like, literally, we feed human beings in this country what they're feeding dogs in the UK. And yeah, I'm sure that's also because this is my thing. They're talking about the ounces. So shrinkflation, remember, this is why I've been harping on shrinkflation. What's happening now is they're trying to convince people, hey, you're getting the same amount. There's just less, or the bag's slightly smaller. There's pricing algorithm issues. Like, if you're ordering online, price fixing, price gouging, which I have that Lena Khan video. I promised you guys. Robert Reich and Lena Khan have this partnership. Lena Khan is the former head of the FTC, that handles antitrust and, huge mergers and corporations robbing all of us, which that is part of this. And this is what, and not to harp on it because insecure MAGA men, and when we really get into what I have to show you today, it's going to become clear. Insecure MAGA men want the 19th Amendment repealed because they honestly don't know what to do when women talk. It's like, it's bad enough for Mamdani being, Muslim, but at least it seems like they're listening and angry about it. But think about it. Kamala Harris said all of this stuff, talked about price gouging, talked about how corporate profits were a huge contributor to inflation. She tried to speak to the American people, the truth. But the problem was, it's not that Kamala Harris, I love every time a MAGA man joins a debate, whoever is debating them, they go, I just couldn't get behind Kamala Harris. She just didn't know what she's talking about. And thank you for telling on yourself. You're either a misogynist or an idiot, and my suspicion is you are both. Quite literally, the only one who had any sort of plan that made any sense it's definitely both. Let's be honest. It's a combination of both, along with deep-seated insecurity that is just emanating is too big for them, but you guys know what I'm saying, off them in waves, has allowed you to believe that. The only person that made any sense was Kamala Harris. Anyways, let's move on. I just loved all of these posts were underneath Trump's lies. I just look at this person. I'm a visual learner, so I took the elements from Walmart's 2024 Thanksgiving dinner and put them side by side with the 25% cheaper 2025 dinner. It might be cheaper, but it is also less food. This is just, X is crazy because people are like, I'm going to spend my life proving you wrong. It's a terrifying place to live, but I do appreciate it when people are just like, oh, I've got the time. It's not like I have a job because no one's hiring, so I'm going to spend all my time adding up why Trump's a liar. Hold on. I think there's another one. Yeah, and this is AI too. That's the funny part. Because if you remember back to when Trump told that lie about how he had economists come up with this tariff equation, on tariff day or whatever, and then it turned out you could just ask AI chatbots, and that's what they spewed out, and it actually had nothing to do with trade deficits. You could have just asked a chatbot, and they would have told you all the same things. Yes, the Walmart 2025 Thanksgiving meal package has fewer items and is more reliant on the store's great value brand compared to the 2024 offering. The 2025 bundle is designed to be cheaper, but contains fewer side dishes and desserts, replacing many national brand products with private label great value substitutes. It is now about 15 items, a decrease from the 29 items in the 2024 meal. And think about this in comparison to that Great Gatsby party. When the night SNAP benefits were expiring, and Trump is having girls in giant cocktail cups dancing and having lobster and Alaskan king crab legs and then gaslighting. And I'm saying this because actually, and I don't have this clip, I can't remember who it was, but Jennifer Welch's I've Had It podcast, she had a guy on who was, obviously brilliant. I think he was in the tech world, but I can't remember who it was. And he was talking about how, he was doing data analysis about how Republicans aren't, Republicans, MAGA specifically, are the ones, thank you for the crown, are going to be disproportionately affected by this. This is who's going to have to eat the great value dog food and be gaslit by him. And he was saying, not since this election where we seem to be taking back larger amounts of the population, which I'm going to get into because I did some mathematical analysis on that. But the core Democratic Party as at minimum a bachelor's degree and very high earning potential. Like, so it's funny that we're desperately screaming for MAGA to listen, because disproportionately they're the ones that will suffer, and they're like, stop lying to us. And this is that NBC, which I think that's why that reporter was trying to say, like, yeah, there is an actual article out that analyzed all this, and you're not right. I just thought it was funny how many people weighed in and were just like, yeah, that's not correct. So hold on, let me play. Actually, I don't want to relive it. This is, I promised, I said I had a lot of human interest pieces, so this is possibly the saddest one. So I'm just saying this as a trigger warning, because mental health is a real thing, especially for me. So if you don't want to feel sadder than you already do, then just trigger warning, because this is sad.
I had the chance to spend time, a full day, with one mom. She lives in West Virginia, just about 2 hours outside of Washington, D.C., and the struggle is real for her. I want you to just take a listen.
Rather than myself having like a full plate of food along with my kids, I'm making sure that they have a full plate of food and their bellies are full, and I may have either less or I may not eat what they are eating just for the sake that they are getting enough.
So mom's having to sometimes skip a meal or curb.
Yes. It feels like I'm failing them because I am trying.
Trump is failing us all. You are failing no one. This is sickening to me. This makes me physically sick. And look, I have not had biological children, but just as a teacher every day, that's how I'm like, I'm failing these kids. I'm not doing it. What if they don't learn to read? What if their test scores aren't high enough? What if the kids that don't speak English, what if they're not hearing me and they don't learn, and then their upward mobility? Because, I understand math. I understand how early childhood education shapes the rest of your life. So I understand being haunted. Yesterday, someone asked, or I can't even remember, maybe when I was yelling at Ken Ray, someone's like, why aren't you a teacher anymore? Literally because of the teacher guilt, because I was being set up to fail, and I'm a literal perfectionist, which is not a good thing. That's created through trauma. But because I realized this public school system is set up for every teacher to fail, for every kid to fail, for every administrator to fail, for every principal to fail. And then Republicans just sit there and pretend why aren't you guys educating anyone? It's so simple. It's so easy. It's the most painful experience. And I can't imagine being a mother and the absolute outpouring of love you have for your child. Well, not except my mom, and literally sitting there and being like, I'm failing because Trump's a lying grifter. And hey, maybe you could have given this mother some of the $40 billion you mailed to Argentina to bail out another country while claiming to be America first, and maybe her children could be eating right now. Just a thought.
I'm trying to do all that I can, and of course, as a human, you get frustrated, and I never want my kids to see that or feel like I'm taking that out on them for something as simple as dinner.
So a little bit more about her, because she spent the time to tell me that it also hurts her to see the idea that, the person who relies on SNAP is a certain kind of person who is just gaming the system, who's not working, they're lazy. This woman, she works in West Virginia. She works at a college, a university there, full-time job, 40 hours a week. And she says that it's still not enough. She doesn't want to rely on this, but she needs to rely on it. She talks about groceries and the price of groceries being extremely high. In West Virginia, we know energy prices are extremely high. She's got rent. So all of those things together, while her salary is not increasing, all of her expenses are increasing. She relies on $265 a month in order to get the food that she needs for her family. So she's hoping that this is resolved here. we got a lot of outreach since her story got out, people wanting to help her. And what she said to me this morning is just donate to your local food bank. She wants people to donate to the food banks so that everyone who's in need, not just her, will get what they need until this is all resolved here.
It's hard to believe here in the United States of America. People are going hungry. Their kids are going hungry because of this. They got to end this government shutdown.
It's hard for you to believe, Wolf Blitzer. And, like, I don't hate Wolf Blitzer, but please be quiet. It is not hard for anybody who are in the trenches taking grenades to believe. It's hard for you to believe because you have everything you need. I can't. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that it's hard for you to believe. That's actually how I feel. Like, what? Like, can these people need to, like, figure out what's going on? Like, it's hard to believe for. Not for anyone else. I saw someone say, I don't qualify for SNAP. Yeah, I did like a case study when I first started doing the People's Receipts, like right before the 2024 election, about there was this woman, she was like a quote unquote cook at Burger King, and she got like a raise, and it was like I don't know what it was, like $300 a year raise, like cents to her paychecks. And because of that, she started making, I think it was, and I can't remember the state, and it depends on, like $19,500 or something, which priced her out of her Medicaid and her SNAP. Like, and think about that. You can't live with $40,000 and have health insurance and eat in this country. And that is quite literally, like, I mean, yeah, I don't know what is, I mean, and I've said this before, and I could, well, maybe I will go off. Okay. I want you to notice how you are never hearing, since Trump has been in office, have you heard any Republicans talking about the national debt? Ever. Have you ever heard a Republican saying this debt's being racked up, like we just borrowed $5 trillion, this is insane, what's going on? But the entire 4 years Joe Biden was president, there was a drumbeat of, oh, look at the debt, Democrats spend too much, because we've switched to modern monetary policy. I suggest everyone educate themselves as to how modern monetary policy works. And as long as you have a fiat currency, you know, essentially debt in the federal government sector is seen as subsidies or, you know, ow, I'm sorry, my leg is asleep, in the private sector. And that is what SNAP is. And I want to say this, SNAP benefits no one. You cannot live, like I think in Arizona, it's like $240 something a month for one person. I don't know how much it is for a family, but you cannot live off that. That's not enough to feed you for a week, let alone a month. So to say that people are just living off SNAP is the most delusional thing I have ever heard in my life. But for some reason, we don't hear about Republicans and quantitative easing, which in modern monetary policy. But I guarantee you, the minute there's another presidential election and the Democrats put out a plan, which Joe Biden's economy and how he ran the budget was based off modern monetary policy. I can promise you the federal government under Trump is very much using modern monetary policy to run the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve on October 31st, I think $50 billion was injected. It's not quantitative easing. This is how I know MAGA is so dumb. All of a sudden on Halloween, before I had seen you guys, you know, MAGA's on X, like, can you believe this? Like, why is the Federal Reserve injecting 50 billion, or at first, well, they think it's 29, it was actually 50 billion into the economy? Something's going on, like they're quantitative easing, it's going to cause inflation. Actually, they're not. That's not what's going on. They are, you know, they're actually making sure banks are liquid, and the Federal Reserve is trading bonds for cash, so the banks are liquid and can continue balancing their books every day, and they do inject repo into the economy and then reverse repo that are paid back within 24-hour period. But nobody understands this. Quite literally, no one understands what's going on. So I want to point that out. The point of modern monetary policy is that debt in the federal government is actually a subsidy or an asset in the private sector, right? So SNAP is seen in modern monetary, like the federal government spending money is a debt in the federal sector, but a asset in the private sector, essentially. Same thing. And but you never hear Republicans referring to it that way. But when corporations are bailed out, when Elon Musk gets $8 million a day in subsidies and all these things, all of a sudden that's fine because it's for business. It makes sense. And that's an asset in the private sector versus a debt in at the federal government. So I'm just trying to say, whenever you hear Republicans again start talking about the debt, remember that they never talked about it now, and they are using a completely different economic theory to operate the government because of our fiat currency, which, if I ever hear about the debt again, would be absolute hypocrisy. Sorry. Okay, this is a grocery store employee, and I'm going to update everything. Thank you guys for reminding me. This is a grocery store employee talking about their experience with customers.
Tell me more about how many of your customers rely on the food stamps.
Oh God, a lot. I'd say at least 45%. Whether they come in and they're just getting a couple drinks, or they back of the meat counter and they order a big old package. It's definitely a lot of them, and we're seeing less of their faces as of recently.
You're seeing less of their faces. What are you hearing from the others that are still coming to your store about their concerns?
I mean, they're gearing up. Whatever they do have left, they're buying things that they can throw in their freezer and stretch to the last, towards the end of the month as well, because we don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, they're buying a lot more things to keep them steadily fed throughout the month.
And how is all of this impacting businesses like yours?
Well, I can only imagine. As of right now, I wouldn't say nothing too bad, but
you can see here it's eggs down 8.7% because they were like $8 for a dozen. So is that better, or Trump didn't buy a surplus from somewhere else in the country, let the price of eggs skyrocket, and now it's overcorrected? I'm just pointing that out because that's not a good thing. Coffee plus 41%, whole milk plus 2.7%, whole chicken plus 4.1%. Like, look at the cost of beef. It's absolutely... I'm sorry, is somebody in the comments telling me to shut up? Are you lost? This is my live. I'm assuming you have no social media presence and no one wants to hear you talk. Do I come to your lives you don't have and tell you to shut up? Do you understand how the internet works? Thank you for engaging with my live. Every time you comment, you're just boosting my engagement. But since you have no idea how the internet works, you don't understand that. But because I don't even care about engagement, I will just block you. Like, I understand you think you're doing something, and let me help you with what you are doing. You are just raise your hand and say, hey, I'm an idiot. And when I'm faced with math and with facts that go against my feelings, I start feeling uncomfortable, especially when they come from a woman's mouth. I am not, believe me, you reek of insecurity. You don't need to type the things you're typing. Just say I'm desperately insecure and I'm an idiot. And because of those two things, I try to make women who are smarter than me feel uncomfortable. So the next time you type something that is idiotic, you will in fact be gone. Yeah, are you okay, sir? Sir, I am sorry that you are not smart. That is not my fault. I love when people come into this live and they're like, that's not true. Actually, I go out of my way to make sure everything I say is true. That's why I do this. That's why I have 18 different sources for everything I say. That's why I do statistical analysis. Please, I am sorry you have no idea what's going on. Go away. Jen, thank you for the $5. Trump's comment about Thanksgiving dinner reminds me of his tic-tac shrinkflation. Yeah, exactly. His tic-tac shrinkflation comments. And it is dumb, but it's also offensive because imagine, like, yeah, it's just people have nothing, and then it's gaslighting. It's like you're being 24 hours a day gaslit, not by an intelligent narcissist, but by one who's dumb.
Of course, it is a worry in the back of your head. I mean, we're going to be okay. It's just a matter of these people, they need to eat. I mean, it's obviously something that we can't say everything's free and give it all away, but we're definitely trying to help out as much as we can in as many ways as possible, just because we hate to see everybody struggling.
Sorry, I didn't realize what that guy was doing. I thought he was having like anxiety. I didn't understand what that guy was saying in the comments until I saw it. Like, bless his heart. Okay, I think I'm probably going to get a copyright violation on YouTube for this, but I'm still playing it because I love John Oliver. And, you know, it's like he takes tons of factual information, but then makes it sort of entertaining to hear very depressing things. So I love this clip.
To the extent Republicans have engaged with the notion that withholding food from people is a bad thing, they've tried to frame it as Democratic extremists holding people's benefits hostage. The USDA website even hosted a banner this week reading, "We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for healthcare for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance." And J.D. Vance, business Chucky, tried a similar line of attack.
The Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party shut down the government because they said to us, "We will open the government, but only if..."
To the extent Republicans have engaged with the notion that withholding food from people is a bad thing, they've tried to frame it as Democratic extremists holding people's benefits hostage. The USDA website even hosted a banner this week reading, "We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for healthcare for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance." And J.D. Vance, business Chucky, tried a similar line of attack.
Understand what he just said. This is what Trump put on a federal government website, just posting psychotic lies. So when people went to look, no, it's just that's all lies. But I'm telling you, this is what the Trump administration is posting on government websites to try to get people to believe that, which I don't know how you could believe that unless you're just like some weird bigot who wants to. Like, that sounds insane. But he's posting this on federal government websites.
The Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party shut down the government because they said to us, "We will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens." That's a ridiculous proposition.
Look, I'm going to...
Listen, John Oliver's going to say funny things, but I can't let all the lies go. Like, if you still believe, after I've fact-checked it 8 million times, that the federal government has ever, that Medicaid dollars have ever, federal Medicaid dollars have never, ever gone to undocumented immigrants in the history of this country. It's just not true. It's not true. Now, there were state programs in individual states that were funded by state tax dollars because, again, this is another situation of MAGA not being able to do math or understanding how math works. And because if you live, like I was born and raised in Arizona, a border state, in a state where undocumented immigrants are and are constantly showing up in the emergency room, here's the truth, and not the truth, but I mean, I don't want to say that like I'm going to tell you something important. If you don't know this, your brain doesn't work. Every time an undocumented immigrant shows up in the emergency room, we pay anyways, higher rates. So if you set up some sort of state program in border states or other places to lower the cost of health care, you end up saving. If you are dumb enough, I love when people are like, "We're canceling the health care for undocumented immigrants." No, you're actually making it more expensive. Surprise! They just show up at the emergency room where it's $600 a Tylenol. Preventative health care versus emergent health care. Preventative is like 1,000 times cheaper, right? If we subsidize it, if we pay into it, if we can lower and negotiate and lower the cost of healthcare, the last place we want to pay for undocumented immigrants to show up is the emergency room. That's when we are paying the highest prices available. And that's when the federal government is paying for it. Do you get that? We don't deny people health care. That'll be the next thing. We just let brown people die unless they have their papers and prove who they are, even though there's 45 seconds before they unalive. Like, just say you have no idea how insurance works. And when all your premiums go up in extreme ways, I will remind you of this conversation we have had. Because, again, none of you can read and or do math.
Say this once and then only 100 more times after that. Shut up, J.D. Vance, you rancid Pope killer. Please, never forget, Pope Francis met J.D. Vance and then literally died the next day. Was that a coincidence? No way, look at the Pope's face there. He's clearly thinking, you know what, it's not worth it, I'm out. There are so many things wrong with what J.D. Vance just said, not least the phrase, Chuck Schumer AOC wing of the Democratic Party. What are you talking about? In what universe do these two fall on the same part of the political spectrum? AOC is a progressive, while Chuck Schumer spends most of his days talking to imaginary Republicans. They are not the same. And it is worth explaining what this fight is really about, because it isn't actually over whether to provide healthcare to the undocumented who are already barred from Medicaid and the ACA exchanges. It mainly concerns subsidies for insurance premiums under the ACA, which are set to expire unless Congress extends them, which will result in dramatic price spikes for millions.
According to the Oregon Health Plan, here's how people's health insurance premiums will be affected if the enhanced premium tax credits are allowed to expire. A single person in Portland earning $35,000 a year could go from paying just over $1,000 a year to paying $2,600. And a married couple in Hermiston earning $95,000 a year would go from paying $8,000 a year to more than $33,000.
Holy shit, that is ridiculous. You don't usually expect to see prices rise that sharply on anything except for maybe streaming services. But you know what? I'm told that in exactly one of those instances, it's actually totally fine. It's normal, and it still constitutes a real bargain.
And it's worse than even that, because all of this, like, here's the thing you don't understand. Like, when, oh God, I can't even, it's painful for me to even get into this, but that's what collective bargaining is about. The more people who are in a collective bargaining situation for insurance, the lower the prices. So when people are priced out and can't pay, right, and the pool gets smaller, that is why costs are going to rise. And Trump's like, don't worry, we're kicking poor people off their health care, and that's a good thing. No, whoever can still afford, nobody will be able to afford it. Across many percentiles of income, no one will be able to afford it. The way collective bargaining works is more people need to be in the pool to negotiate prices lower. Dummies. That is why universal health care is good, because if we as an entire country, just like any other civilized country does, say, hey, and we have a lot of collective bargaining power. There's like 360 million of us, and we are going to collectively bargain together against pharmaceutical companies, then we would have more bargaining power. This is quite literally idiocy. Sorry, but I digress. But tell me, what was that guy's name? Modes, who was telling me I didn't know what I was talking about, or whatever he was saying. Like, tell me again what I don't know. You don't know anything. Keep going around lives and embarrassing yourself. That's what MAGA does 24 hours a day now. They show up, yell idiotic things, and then disappear. Okay, so I love Harry Enton's polling because I think it's interesting, and this is some polling information that he just did this morning, which I thought was great, which I'm going to pull up. I actually think I have the article pulled up already. Yeah, and there's some other math I did based on a New York Times article that I'll read after, because I find this stuff fascinating. This is mostly focused on in places, they're like, these are blue states. Thank you for the hat. Yeehaw. These are blue states. They are expected to win them anyways. Well, that means you have no idea how many elections were going on around the country, because that's not true. But most importantly, it's not about, hey, maybe this state went for Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential election. That makes it quote unquote blue state, right? It's about counties and how they've shifted towards blue, right? And specifically, as I've talked about, the majority of population growth has been Hispanic. So that's what we're interested in, is the Hispanics that Trump pathologically lied to in order to secure their vote, who now have been terrorized by him, and see, hey, have they woken up now, living in constant terror? Have they got the point that it's probably not a great thing to vote for Trump? So I want to be clear, and I'll explain it in detail more after we listen to this, but it is twice as valuable to flip a Trump voter, a 2024 Trump voter. That is twice as valuable, right? Because not only are we gaining a voter, but they are losing one. So flipping Trump voters is 2x as valuable as just getting a new voter to the polls, right? So when we move people who voted in the 2024 election from red to blue, that is 2x as valuable.
Yeah, I disagree entirely. I think that the House is on fire, and he's like the dog saying, this is fine. Take a look at this. It's all about the margins, baby. Look, Democratic candidates' margins. In 2024 in New Jersey, Kamala Harris won by 6. What happened on Tuesday? Well, right now, Mikey Sherrill's ahead by 13. That might be 14 very quickly. We're talking about a shift of at least 7 points, upwards of 8. How about in Virginia? We had Kamala Harris winning by 6. What do we have Abigail Spanberger winning by? Winning by 15. We're talking about a shift of about 9 points. If we had, let's say, an average 8-point shift across the board in all the different House seats from the 2024 press result to then what happened in the 2026 House elections, you would be talking about a Democratic gain of about 20 seats depending on redistricting. So when I see those results on Tuesday night, I see these huge shifts in the Democratic direction. I say, Republican leaders, wake the heck off and have some of what I'm having, because this is a major warning sign.
Does this track with other elections we've already had this year?
Yes, that's exactly right. So you see New Jersey, you see Virginia, but those are not the only signs. When voters vote, Democrats do well. I mean, just take a look at the House special elections. Take a look here, the 2025 House special elections. Look at those in which Democrats outran Kamala Harris. There have been 5 House special elections so far this year. In every single one of them, across the board, Virginia, Texas 18, that was on Tuesday night, Florida 6, Florida 1, Arizona 7. From blue districts like Arizona 7 to red districts like Florida 1 and 6, what we are seeing are clear shift towards the Democratic candidates in all 5 of them. And we're talking about shifts on average, Kate Baldwin, of about or north of 15 percentage points from the 2024 presidential baseline, which is even larger than the shifts that we saw in both Virginia and New Jersey on Tuesday night.
I mean, and a million things can happen in the year until the midterms. With that caveat, what are you seeing?
A year is a very long period of time, but we've spoken about this. I like going through history. What do these off-year elections usually forecast for the year ahead for the midterm elections? Well, I mean, we take a look at the House special elections, right? If a party outperforms in House special elections 5 out of 5 times, what do we see? They've gone on to win the U.S. House the following midterm every single time since the 2005-2006 cycle. So when you see, of course, that the Democrats are outperforming in all of them, historically speaking, that means they go on to win the U.S. House of Representatives in the following midterm. And then, yes, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, yes, these are blue city in New York City, yes, the blue states in Virginia and New Jersey, but historically speaking, when you sweep all 3, you go back since the FDR administration, guess what? The Democrats, when they sweep all 3, go on to win the House 5 out of 5 times. So it's the special elections, it's New Jersey, New York City, Virginia, all those put together. Yes, it is a year from now, but all those put together usually forecast pain for the Republican Party come the midterm elections. If I'm Steve Scalise, I am not dismissing these results. I'm going to try and get myself some fire insurance.
Might also have something to do with what Steve Scalise, what Republican leaders say in public versus the conversations that they're having.
They might be trying to quell the troops, but know very well that this is not good news.
It's good to see you.
Nice.
I love Harry. I love the exuberance with which he presents math, statistical analysis. Okay, I wanted to read. I'll read the name of the article. This is a New York Times article. I was going to talk about this on Wednesday, but I didn't. But this is what I'm talking about. So I'm not starting at the beginning, so it's going to sound like what? Although this suggests an impressive Democratic turnout, it also implies that the turnout alone didn't explain the decisive victory, which it doesn't, because he's like, oh, the Dems turned out. That is not the story, right? It's not. That's what I'm trying to explain. If we just had all new people show up who hadn't previously voted, that's worth one, right? But if we are flipping voters, if we're moving people from red to blue, that's worth 2, because they get a -1 and we get a +1, right? So it's 2x more valuable than just turning out a new voter. So instead, the 2 Democrats, which we're talking about Spanberger and Shell in this article, won so decisively because they also flipped a crucial sliver of voters who said they supported Mr. Trump in 2024. Ms. Sherrill and Ms. Spanberger both won 7% of Mr. Trump's supporters, according to exit polls. It may not seem like much to flip 7% of Mr. Trump's backers, but consider, when a voter flips, it adds 1 voter to one party and also deducts 1 from the other, making it twice as significant as turning out a new voter. Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican candidate for governor in New Jersey, countered by flipping 3% of Ms. Harris's supporters, and Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican candidate in Virginia, won 1% of Ms. Harris's vote. But the overall effect of the flips, when you count that up, was enough to turn electorates that favored Ms. Harris by single digits into Sherrill +13 and Spanberger +15. And I showed some other analysis by Steve Kornacki on this on Wednesday and Thursday, talking about that a lot of these counties that are, predominantly Hispanic have shifted away from Trump. Trump cannot hold, or the Republican Party cannot hold any power. And that's why it was so fascinating to watch them pathologically lie to Hispanic voters and then turn around and terrorize them like this. And why I was like, why it worries me, and I'm like, are they going to fix elections? Because I don't know how mathematically you could betray the people you flipped to vote for you and then expect to somehow hold power. None of that makes any sense other than you're going to gerrymander maps. But again, remember, that's the other fascinating part. The map gerrymandering, especially in Texas, is dependent on the 2024 Trump voters. The population growth has been majority Hispanic, and now they're terrorizing. I can't remember the exact percentage, but actually the majority of ICE arrests, I think, have happened in Texas. Right? I mean, not to say they're not trying to target blue states, but like they've set up a pipeline of trapping brown people in Texas. So I think that they've created this like terror network to terrorize brown people, and then they are redistricting based on Hispanic population growth and Trump's 2024 voters who may or may not continue to vote for him. Yeah, so I'm just pointing. Thank you, Javs, for pointing out I said this months ago, because I am brilliant, and that's what it's just. Thank you for people finally catching up. I did say this like 4 or 5 months ago. Thank you for saying that, because it's true. But if I was a white man, people would remember me saying this stuff, but I'm not. I'm just a woman with a tiny brain. Okay, wait. We're gonna move on from did I get all of sorry, I had to skip around a little bit. I just want to make sure I covered all that stuff. Okay, I think we're gonna get into the worst part of this presentation, what's gonna probably make us all cry. But what are the Christian nationalists up to? I need to do this because I don't want to do it at the start of the week, so I'm doing it now. I used to do this sometimes, but again, rather than just saying that, I want to say this. Charlie Kirk's absence has created a power vacuum on the far-right fringe. And what exists on the far-right fringe are deeply insecure men who are convinced, let's say, by and large, deeply insecure white males who are convinced that all their problems have to do with women and brown people, and gay people ruining their lives. So I'm just going to show a couple videos before I get into, this whole controversy, well, two different controversies. First of all, Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, and then Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, delusionally being like, I stand behind them, like they're great people, and then every like mass exodus of resignations from the Heritage Foundation. And then also something, I don't know if anyone talked about this, but in the beginning, like October 5th or something, there was a huge scandal in like the young Republicans, like in New York and actually all around the country, where there was this signal chat that was found or someone screenshotted that they had access to of young Republican, like white males all around the country, basically being horrifically racist. I mean, horrifically. I'll try to talk as much about it as I can, but I'll also like direct you guys to articles if you want to do this and look into it, because a lot of this I can't say out loud without getting this live ban. And that is why we should be almost at 400K now. I've almost been live 2 hours. We need to tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. We should be tapping much, much more than we are tapping. Tap, tap, tap. I will reset the goals. But please do tap the screen. It becomes more important now. We so love TikTok Shop. But first, I'll just say, I'm going to start out by just showing some examples of Christian nationalists that here's my premise, actually, if you're asking what I'm going to try and prove. Like, the Trump administration are groypers. Like, people like, now that there's a power vacuum with Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes and the groypers are going to like gain power. No, the Christian nationalists, I'm going to show you videos of and not weirdo internet, like young male incels. Like the Trump administration are the groypers. The groypers are the Trump administration. This is who they all are. And I can easily prove it to you. So anyways, this is a man named Dale Partridge, who you will now hear his feelings on and he's a very popular podcaster and whatever he is. I don't know I think he considers himself like a pastor. Yeah, Dale Partridge is a pastor. I have a hard time even saying that. But here's Dale Partridge and his feelings on and I want to point out before I say this, the architects of Project 2025 are all friends with these men I'm about to show you. Russ Vought, the man, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, the one enacting, he was the architect of Project 2025, who's enacting all this BS while Trump golfs. These are his friends. And I mean, there are accounts, like researchers, historians, and journalists that have tied all these people together. I've done hours-long presentations on this. So just know, these are the close friends of the people in the most powerful positions of the Trump administration who wrote Project 2025.
Is it good that women can vote in America? I don't think so, and here's why. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years was made.
I want to say something because I do have a degree and I was a historical researcher. I checked all over Google Scholar, where actual studies that are mathematically accurate are available. I cannot, you're about to hear a bunch of statistics from this guy. None of those, as near as I can tell, are related to any peer-reviewed studies. So he's about to spew numbers that I think he made up in his head, just to be clear.
Women can vote in America? I don't think so, and here's why. Nearly every legalized moral atrocity of the last 100 years was made possible by the female vote. Abortion and homosexuality would likely still be illegal if not for the female vote. Mass immigration and the welfare state rode on the backs of the female vote. Nearly every modern Democrat, including Obama and Biden, were elected because of the female vote. Even last night, the new Muslim New York City Mayor Mondami won specifically because of the female vote. The 19th Amendment has been a moral and political tragedy for America, but why? Women were not made to lead, but to follow and to feel. This is God's design, and it's good within the family and the household. But
I don't have the time to explain to Matt, you reek of insecurity. I just want men to know anger, what you guys are always exhibiting, all of the mass majority of all unalivings, of all murder, of all crime is committed by men. Anger is the most base emotion. When you are an infant, one of the first emotions you learn, that's why babies are screaming. They're like, I need something, I'm angry, someone help me. So I just want you to know the least intelligent, most base emotion is anger, and that's what you always feel. Nobody on this earth, like as a group, are more emotional than men. So you guys can tell yourself whatever you want about feeling empathy, being able to have, differentiate. Like if you've ever been in therapy and there's like an emotions wheel, it's like, okay, anger's the base emotion, but are you, what comes after that? Is it fear? Is it, and being able to identify that makes you emotionally intelligent. This is just an insecure man spewing lies. It scares me to play this stuff because it's so disgusting.
Emotions cannot be what is used to rule and govern a nation. Statistically and generally speaking, women vote for whatever feels most kind or peaceful or safe to their emotions. Women
is again, every word of this is mathematically untrue. Statistically speaking, sir, you have no idea what statistics are. That is not how anyone votes, and you are an idiot.
crave security and comfort, and whoever promises those things wins their loyalty. The problem is evil men know this and they exploit it. For example, women are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair. They are 26%.
I just want to be clear, and like I said, I did a lot of time. I'm like, whatever he is quoting, I'm going to find it because this is what I used to do in college to make money, is research. I think the only thing I could find is Wikipedia. It says men commit twice the affairs than women do. So I think what he's saying is like, because men are committing double, he just read Wikipedia and he's like, okay, if men are doing twice as many affairs as women, then they're seducing women into them. So do you understand what I'm saying? That is the only numbers. And I mean, I am very good at finding any legitimate peer-reviewed studies that exist. The only thing I could think that he could be thinking is that it just in Wikipedia, it just says men have twice as many affairs as women. So then he's like, okay, if men are having twice as many affairs and an affair involves a woman, then that means that women must be seduced into those affairs, so they are idiots. That is the nearest thing I could think of that this insecure weirdo could be talking about, which again, he spends this whole time saying women are emotional. These are all his feelings. Like, that's what I'm saying. What I do on the People's Receipts is it's data driven and fact based. These aren't my feelings. These are just the reality. Not like, hey, I saw on Fox News that a brown person was up to something and then I got angry and now I don't like brown people. This is actual aggregate data that tells a story. That's what I do. This is quite literally this man's hysterical feelings that he's just spewing at us. None of this is real. This is this man's feelings and perception, which I find fascinating. And he spends the time saying women cannot determine reality. Like, yeah, we need to get you in a real math class, sir.
Evil men know this and they exploit it. For example, women are twice as likely to men to be seduced into an affair. They are 26% more likely to be financially scammed online. They are 3 times more likely to fall prey to psychics and tarot card readings and astrology and mediums. The same emotional vulnerability that shows up there also shows up in politics. Many call it
all the lies you just heard. Nearest I could tell, this is probably if it comes from anything, which I can't find anything, including polls, definitely not peer-reviewed study that match anything this guy's talking about. But the closest thing I could determine is like, this is some sort of like right-wing online poll, like in the right-wing, like manosphere, where it's like, who do you think gets scammed more? I can't, that's the only thing I can think, because this is not normal and he doesn't cite any sources.
suicidal empathy. So I believe that we should return to the household vote, where women share their thoughts with their fathers or their husbands, and the men in their life make the final decision. Men are not perfect, but they are far more fit to rule with logic, and they are less likely to be deceived in political matters. So I don't believe that we
are less likely to be deceived in political matters. Are you okay, sir? You are literally being grifted right now. Why are men so dumb? Like, it is physically, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. It is so painful to listen to. It's like, hey, I get it. You have a podcast because you've been in your mommy's basement and you're like, I'm feeling all these feelings that are not based in any, sets of data, but I just need to yell my feelings at people. Just say you have a small D and no one wants you. Just say it. We get it. We get it, because I do know men who are not insecure. They do exist. There are men out there who like value women and are like, women are amazing and I respect them. And yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I have no idea how you get to this point, but I'm telling you, this is, and by the way, Charlie Kirk, I'm from Arizona, Turning Point USA. Their like quote unquote campus is in Arizona. And he ran commercials talking about this, that, prior to the election, that if women vote, if you're a good, godly Christian woman and you don't listen to who your husband tells you to vote for, you're the problem, because the man is the head of the house. Like, men can't even, let me just say this, like, my dad could not pack his own suitcase, get himself to a doctor's appointment. Men are weaponized incompetence is quite literally men's personality. Not men in this live. I'm not talking about you, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying on the right, these people who are like, the Lord made me the head of the household and women need to shut up and I support Donald Trump. You are being grifted. Oh, you're less likely to be grifted? Why are you being grifted right now and can't figure that out? Yeah, like, these people would starve to death without a woman, and they're telling us, like, I can't.
Should repeal the 19th Amendment because I don't love women. I believe we should repeal the 19th Amendment because I love America, and I love American women enough to protect them and our nation from their political exploitation.
Said literally the dumbest man I've ever, not one peer-reviewed study that could back up a thing this man said. Just made it all up, yelling feelings. But we need to be removed from political exploitation. If only I could be this dumb. Can you imagine being this dumb? Like, what is that saying? Ignorance is bliss. I actually think I sometimes am jealous of dumb men. You know what I mean? And I get it. Like, this is why Christian nationalist men cling to the Bible, because they use it to believe, like, hey, even though I'm a dumb, insecure idiot who's accomplished nothing, like, Jesus says I'm the head of the household. Yeah, I'd cling to the Bible too if I had literally no accolades, no accomplishments, had no idea how to analyze data, and like my last ditch effort that I was special was literally clinging to the Holy Bible and being like, a bunch of weirdos over the last 3,000, 4,000 years like said some things, and actually the Bible did not start with the book of Genesis. It started with a different book, which over time was removed by the Catholic Church. All of the books of the Bible that talked about women and their contributions to Christianity were later removed so insecure men could consolidate power and transfer women like they transfer property, as chattel slavery. Like, and I know that because my brain works. But I too, if I was this dumb, I would be doing the same thing. I'd be like, Jesus said I'm specialer than women. Okay, sir. And this is just someone posted this underneath that video. And I think this is because that's like pastor, quote unquote, Christian nationalist Dale Partridge. And then here's like the Groyper version of that. And like, it's so sad. You know what I mean? It's so, they don't, bless them. They're trying. It's like they heard that man talking and then they're like, we'll start our own podcast. and we'll say women aren't shit.
Hold on, it's me. You're about to see some really stupid shit, and I didn't want you to like immediately scroll past. So just bear with this for a moment. I have a reason for showing it, and then I will be right back.
If only women voted, our country would always be Democrat. If only men voted, our country would always be Republican.
Yeah, let that sink in.
You can look that up for yourself.
It's true. I mean, we're not.
Look it up where? Like, I mean, can we just give up? Like, are these kids okay? Like, do you see what I'm saying? They heard that in the manosphere, and they're like, now we'll do our own podcast, and we'll deliver the news. Let that sink in. Let it sink in how you guys can barely form a sentence and have cited no sources. Should we let that sink in? Like, I had so many things to let sink in. If anyone is interested in watching, this is called the Con Clay Show. It sounds like something we should all join together. No, don't give them engagement. But I do think it's hilarious that they're like, let that sink in. I heard from another idiot who's older than me a statement I will now repeat. Sound like an idiot and cite no sources because they don't exist. But that is, and let me just be clear about something. This has come from places like the Heritage Foundation, like think tanks. When I started talking about, and providing all of the many studies, actual, peer-reviewed studies that exist about voter ID laws and how they are inherently absolutely racist and misogynist. And people were like, why wouldn't the Republican Party want women to vote? And if you remember Dr. Danny, who's, an actual professional who's paid thousands of dollars to tour and speak on this, because it doesn't matter, right? If they limit all women from voting, even if that includes Republican women, it still makes them more likely for Republicans to win the election. Like, that's just the mathematical truth. They will disenfranchise even Republican women in order to increase their chances of winning.
Coming against women, but we're just stating a fact.
They're not coming against women. They're just stating the fact that oh, these little incels. What are we going to do?
We're not coming against women, but we're just stating a fact that if only women voted...
We're not, he says. It's not like women are giving us the time of day anyway. Why would we be? Yeah. I love that these two kissing cousins are out here just saying the quiet part out loud. Just straight up being like, the problem seems to be that women vote for their own interests. Alas, but these two underachievers did manage to stumble onto something, as is evident from the special election results from just the other night. Young women are the story. 81% of them voted for Mondani in New York, 80% voted for Sherrill in New Jersey, and 78% for Spanberger in Virginia. Once again, women. So to all of you who were a part of that, thank you. You did good. You did real good.
Here, let me just help what's this? Let's go back to a screenshot of insecure and very quickly balding Pastor Dale Partridge. Could it be not that women are being manipulated, but that women are intelligent enough to do research and vote in their best interest? Could that be it? That you are sitting here telling us that women shouldn't have rights? We should literally be chattel slaves with no rights and no representation in Congress, and we should defer to the male of our household, which could be your father. Like, that's why people are like, you're not, like Henry, you're not married. Yeah, why would I? I'm not interested in being in a contractual marriage that was historically just the transferring of property from my father to another weird man who I'm definitely going to be smarter than. If I can meet a man who's not smarter than me, then maybe I would consider it. But yeah, I don't want to be the property of an idiot, of an insecure idiot at that, who expects me to have sex with him. That sounds like a literal nightmare. I don't think I will, in fact, ever be doing that. I'd have to be crazy to do that. But I mean, that, like, and it's that women are being manipulated, or we're just not idiots. Which one is it? Why would I mean? I'm sure we're all just excited to be owned by a Christian nationalist, insecure idiot who can't analyze data or find actual peer-reviewed studies and just says his feelings are facts. That's my dream. Oh, and okay, so I've talked about this. Russ Vought, who's the architect of Project 2025, and he's now the director of the Office of Management and Budget, which, MAGA, you don't know how the government works. You just listen to what Trump says. So that's arguably the most important position in the executive branch. And his job is to enact all of Project 2025. Well, Joel Webbin, who, if you've watched the People's Receipts, I've talked to you, this is he's very close to Russ Vought. They have written papers together and done research together. They are fellow, like, Christian nationalist buddies. So I'm going to show you several clips of Joe Webbin. My point is this. Trump's administration are these people, and the gripers are just the young idiots, right, of the Christian nationalists, right? They're just dumb, and they think Nick Fuentes is their god because it sounds like he's making sense. I never hear Nick Fuentes analyze data, but yeah, like, the gripers are just the younger Christian nationalists, and that's why it's so important to not let young males, young women, Gen Z women, Gen Alpha women, are by and large progressives, and that's why they're so intent on repealing the 19th Amendment. So yeah, like, that's why it's important to talk to your sons especially and communicate with them about this, because it's scary. So again, I'm going to show many clips of Joel Webbin throughout this presentation, but here's just one.
Critiquing gatekeeping as a whole. If the right is ascendant and we win, you absolutely should gatekeep from the left.
Correct. Yeah.
But in this case,
there should not be transgender people on the White House lawn. So it's like, well, wouldn't you gatekeep them if you guys were ever in power? Of course.
Right. That's why you have to win.
But how come you're allowed?
So you can gatekeep.
How come you're allowed to do that? Because we're right. What is this equal standard? I don't get it. It's like we should have equal standards. Christians should tolerate wickedness equally to wicked people tolerating righteousness. Wait, what? No, it doesn't need to be equal at all. Christians don't have to tolerate degeneracy, and degenerates absolutely must tolerate righteousness, or they need to go to jail or flee the country.
Right.
It's a wonderful principle, perfectly biblical. No, there's nothing equal about it.
This is one of Russ Vought's, not this guy, the one that I was pointing to. That's Joel Webbin. This is one of Russ Vought's best friends. I'm just trying to show you, if you believe the Groypers are far right, no, they're just the young kids that the Christian nationalist movement are recruiting. That's it. That's all they are. They're the young kids in this pipeline of Christian nationalists. These people are dead serious, too, and it's been going on for years. Oh, here's another. Oh, God, I cannot see. I'm having to play these, but it's all for a greater cause. Okay, let's all tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Share the live. Here's, and by the way, the Christian nationalists, I just want to be very clear, because the reason people were leaving the Heritage Foundation is because there is a section of the Heritage Foundation that is about combating anti-Semitism. There are a lot of Jewish lawyers, high-powered Jewish corporate lawyers who worked there, who are like, oh, okay, so if you're embracing Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes publicly, Kevin Roberts, who's the president of the Heritage Foundation, then you are them, and so is J.D. Vance. This is who they are. They are anti-Semitic. Absolutely. And I'm shocked that these people hung out at the Heritage Foundation so long and could not figure that out for themselves. That this is who they all are. The only people that have value to these far-right fringe Christian nationalists, and by I don't mean far-right fringe like don't worry about it, they're in the White House, are straight, white, Protestant, Anglo-Saxon male. That's it. Everybody else, either you heard Joel Weapon say it, needs to get out or be in a camp or a jail. That's it. Or you're a woman who's property of a white, straight, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant male. Those are your choices. That's it.
Let the mass denaturalizations begin, because that's what needs to happen. You can stop so much of this garbage just by doing that. And you know what? This also brings me to this. This is another reason why we've got to clean up our elections. We've got to make sure that these people are gone. We have to basically become the Gestapo, but for a good cause, which is what? Getting rid of people that are not supposed to be in this country by force. By force, no matter what means necessary. You know, they want to call us fascists all the time. Hell, why don't we live up to their expectations, okay? But do it in a good way.
You're doing it now, Josh. You're doing it right. You don't need... There's no good way. You're doing it, little fella. Don't think too hard. I can see you're thinking too hard. Your brain looks like it's hurting.
Get rid of these people in our country. And if we don't do it, well, we might be having a different conversation come November of 2026.
Couldn't do math for a second. He forgot how to use a calendar for just 2026. You almost had it there. Keep thinking, but don't think too hard because your brain is not firing on all cylinders. And that's the point. That's what I want people to understand. In the version, and when you're like, what the hell is the Supreme Court up to? And it's very ironic that, you know, people like Clarence Thomas would agree with it as a black man who, God, what is that language? I'll get into that another time. I'm not going to get into it now. Like, Clarence Thomas is not just a black man. He was like, it's like half Creole, like half indigenous. What do they speak? It starts with a G, like Gucci, or what is that language that like in the South and like in certain places, there's like this language that was spoken like, and it was like a mixture of Creole and Gullah. Thank you. It's Gullah. Thank you for saying that. Do you know that? Can you imagine Clarence Thomas carrying water for these people now? And this is a man, like, Americans need to speak English. Clarence Thomas could not speak anything but Gullah for like the majority of his life. And he's sitting here voting with these Christian nationalists like Alito and being like, why don't brown and black people speak English? Like you didn't, weirdo? Like, are you okay, sir? Can you? It's fascinating to watch Clarence Thomas exist. Oh yeah, look it up. And by the way, I love to learn, and that's why I know these things, because I'm constantly doing research. But the reason I know that, and I'm sure you could probably Google it and find it, Joy Reid is why I know that. Joy Reid, the black Harvard-educated, brilliant woman who was fired from MSNBC for being too black, and the same time Mehdi Hassan was, like, she's the reason I know that. She did a long piece on like who Clarence. That's why I know, because a brilliant black woman taught me. Anyways, but I digress. Let's continue listening to insecure white men clinging to the Bible to pretend that they are important. Oh wait, sorry, that's not part of. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I have to leave this. The rest of this presentation I made yesterday, and it's in another. I just have to switch presentations. Okay. Almost. I'm so sorry for what I'm about to show you, because this is going to get boring. That was the most comfortable parts of this. I think, and if you want to do more research on this, like I said this yesterday when I was kind of teeing this up that I was going to do this. I cannot play the majority of these things. Like, there's just no way possible. So if you want to like listen to Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes, do that. Like, but there's so few parts of it that I'm able to play without being in a lot of trouble. So anyways, let's get into like why I started doing this, other than I am keeping an eye. That's why I'm always on X, is to keep an eye on insecure white men using the Bible to try to claw back their rights. Chrissy, I love you. Thank you for the $5. Men have run things for 4,000 years and they've screwed the pooch. Maybe we should put women in charge for the next 4K. But Chrissy, that would hurt men's egos. They would feel less important. I don't know how men can feel any less valuable than they already are. Like, I don't understand how that could be possible. I'm not talking about men who can read and do math. I'm talking about the 29% of people, 29 to 32 or 33, on that fringe that have not left Donald Trump, who are very much being robbed by him. Like, there is no hope for these people, but it's fascinating to watch. So I want to say this. This is just, I'm like terrified to play these because I'm like, did I double check? So this is from the Tucker Carlson interview, which, first, let me say this. I always plug this because this is how there's many accounts, but one of the best ways to keep an eye on the Christian nationalists is follow Right Wing Watch. They're on YouTube, they're on X. I don't know if they can post some of the stuff they post on Blue Sky, but this is, if you're interested in understanding this far right fringe and the power vacuum created by Charlie Kirk's absence, this is a great account because they're trying, and they write articles, they do all sorts of things to help educate people and keep people informed. So if you're like, how can I figure out what's going on? This is where I would suggest starting. And then from there, Joanna, I love you. I love you, Joanna. I'm so glad to see you. Love you, girl. Okay, so this, if you're like, I want to know what's going on, just start with this, and then they will give you more research, and they will lead you to darker and darker corners of the internet. But at least this account is like created by progressives. So again, this is just a clip. Oh God, I get sick even.
It's December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday. I'm a fan. You're a fan of Stalin's. Always an admirer. But we don't need to go into that. The other thing I'm really worried about is what's happening at these ICE detention centers. And I see all the ingredients of, like.
And you would think, oh, Nick Fuentes is worried about the horrors at the ICE detention centers like I am. No, not because he has empathy, because he wants the final solution. Like, he's like, we need to just unalive everyone. Yeah, I'm sorry if the audio is messed up, because I can hear it, and I'm listening to the live in my ears. I'm trying to think of why. I'm listening to the live in my ears right now. So, let me try to turn on the audio mixer, turn it down, but it could just be the audio of this clip, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, sorry, but wait. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. So, I'm sorry. Can you hear? Yeah, it's probably just the clip, but it's not, people post these clips, and I thought, well, anyways, I'm sorry, but we just have to deal with it for 59 seconds.
It's December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday. I'm a fan. You're a fan of Stalin's. Always an admirer. But we don't need to go into that. The other thing I'm really worried about is what's happening at these ICE detention centers. And I see all the ingredients of like a low-boil civil conflict, full-blown civil war. If you're the president, what do you do about that? I think, maybe this is controversial, but they have to crush the other side. Like, it has to be crushed. But if you do anything less than that, if you do in the middle, all you're doing is antagonizing and feeding the other side. If I were Trump, I would say screw 200 National Guard, like arrest the mayor of Chicago, like arrest the governor, shut it down. Bring in the troops and say the federal government is supreme. The immigration law is the law of the land. If you're not on board with that, you're going to jail. It's December 18th. I remember because that's an important date.
Listen, trigger warning a million times, but like, we all need to bear witness to this and understand. My point is, my premise of this entire argument is Nick Fuentes leads the 15 to 25-year-old incels on the far right fringe. But I'm saying this because we need to talk, especially to our sons. It seems like girls are growing up over, and that's the thing. I love how they're like, these young women are extremely progressive. It's not extremely progressive to just say like, hey, it seems like only one side views me as a human being who's autonomous and whose brain works and should have unalienable rights. Like, we have no choice. On the right, we are chattel. We are literally chattel to be passed through marriage contracts from one man to another, from our fathers to our new oppressor. Or we could just be on the left where, oh, look, we're people. And my problem, and I'll say this again, like, if there were just unbelievably intelligent people, like, effectively managing society on the right, maybe I'd be like, yeah, like, they're doing a great job. Like, all we have on the right, if you can analyze data over time, is statistical failure. Statistical failure for the middle and lower classes in America. Like, it doesn't even benefit the people who believe in it, right? And that's what scares me. Like, understand. And I talked about the YouTube, like, alt-right gamer to MAGA pipeline. Like, that's why you have to have conversations with young boys. And I mean young, like 10. Just be like, you know, you got to start having these conversations, communicating, and like embracing them with love, because this is where they will end up otherwise. Okay, so, oh my God, now I need to think like of how I want to do this. Oh wait, I need to skip around a little bit because now I'm remembering I actually formatted this better on my second try. I know I have all of this. Yashar Ali is like this journalist who I shouldn't even try to take credit. He does amazing things. And he posted all of this in order. So I'm going to look for his... He finally made sense of it for me. Okay. Last line. Oh, sorry. Okay. No, not this one. Yeah, here we go. I'll show you guys this to explain it. So this controversy that developed where most people who, Jewish people working for the Heritage Foundation, a lot of them started quitting. So Yashar Ali is an amazing journalist, and he actually made a timeline. So Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action, has now made his fourth public statement on Tucker Carlson Nick Fuentes situation. This is over the course of 6 days. I've put together all of his statements, including one that was an ex post in this video. So I separated them all out. But so the first thing that happened Tucker Carlson interviews Nick Fuentes, and they just that was just a little taste of it, but it's way worse than that. And I can't play it. But anyways, and there was a lot of anti-Semitism, a lot of horrible things. So people in the Heritage Foundation are like, we're all quitting unless you come out and speak out against this. On October 30th, he made a video, which I'm going to show you, basically being like, I'm with Tucker. And I want to be clear, he absolutely is. I will never forget the day he was doing a press junket and JD Vance was announced as the VP pick, and he was like, it's all going according to plan. There are undercover videos that have been recorded about the Heritage Foundation meeting with who they thought were donors, who were journalists, and being like, yeah, we're going forward with Project 2025. Like, we just Paul Dance had to resign and pretend like take the rap, but like Trump's 100% on board with it. Like, this is what we're doing. So just understand, the White House is the Heritage Foundation, is the group. These people are all the same. Like, October 31st, a post on X. So then he starts writing and attempting to clean up the mess, because he first says, oh, I support Tucker Carlson. And then people started freaking out inside the Heritage Foundation. So then he starts to be like, oh, well, I guess not everything. I guess he said some anti-Semitic thing. So, oops. Then he was at Hillsdale College, which is this like psychotic conservative Christian college. And he tried again to like clean up the mess. And then on November 5th, he posts another very awkward video statement, which he again attempts to like walk back the remarks and then later I found these emails that were like internal emails from the Heritage Foundation of people being like, these are our demands. And it looks like this is what they demanded in order to not leave, like take down your video, like apologize. So yeah, that's what's going on. And I don't know how much of this we need to...
He's getting squeezed.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's not important right now. I don't know why that's in there, but I will come back to that. Okay. Yeah, this is the first one where he is like, yeah, Tucker Carlson's a great guy and I support him. And, you know, his interview with Nick Fuentes, like, he's not well.
More to say on this in the coming days. But today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. And of course...
So in order to try to cover up that he is anti-Semitic, that the Heritage Foundation is anti-Semitic, that Christian nationalists are anti-Semitic, that Joel Weapon is anti-Semitic, that Matt Vogt, and I don't know if it's, just understand, unless you are a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant straight male, you either need to be in subservience to them or in jail, or like, you know, you heard Joe Weapon say, flee the country. That's it. Including people who might look white but happen to be Jewish. It's these people are nothing. So when he starts saying this first part, he uses progressive messaging, right? This is a progressive message of, hey, I stand by this to the day I die, but this is a lie from him, right? Like, he's just like, I'm going to parrot progressive messaging to try to appear like me supporting Tucker Carlson is in any world okay.
I'll have more to say on this in the coming days, but today I want to be clear about one thing. Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. And of course, anti-Semitism should be condemned. My loyalty as a Christian and as an American is to Christ first and to America always. When it serves the interests of the United States to cooperate with Israel and other allies, we should do so, with partnerships on security, intelligence, and technology. But when it doesn't, conservatives should feel no obligation to reflexively support any foreign government, no matter how loud the pressure becomes from the globalist class or from their mouthpieces in Washington. The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now. We don't take...
He said is like, hey, if some Christians are schmazzies, that's fine. Like, I'm into it. I'm totally fine with it. This is not AI. This is the president of the Heritage Foundation backing, like, Christian nationalists, and particularly Tucker Carlson's interview full of anti-Semitism, racism, and misogyny that when he interviewed Nick Fuentes. This is not AI. This is Kevin Roberts. He
direction
posted
from
it.
Comments on X, though we are grateful for the robust free speech debate. We also don't take direction from members or donors, though we are inherently grateful for their support. And we're adding more every day. This is the robust debate we invite with our colleagues, our movement friends, our members, and the American public.
Fuentes is his biggest. He admires Hitler and Stalin, who I don't think people understand. I could make a very solid argument that Stalin is much worse than Hitler. I don't think people fully, unless you've taken like university level history classes, I don't think people understand how bad of a person Stalin was, like, and how many millions of people he unalived. Like, look up Stalingrad or Leningrad and what happened there and what he did. So yeah, it isn't. He's basically saying, as long as you're over here voting with us, you can be as big of a monster as you want, and we should all just be okay with it.
We will always defend truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation. The venomous coalition attacking him are sowing division. Their attempt to cancel him will fail. Most importantly, the American people expect us.
Explain that too. When he talks about the venomous coalition, that is the most, he literally said anti-Semitic words. He is not referring to the left or people on the left or Jewish people on the left. He's referring to people working in the Republican Party and Jewish people inside the Heritage Foundation that were like, this is not okay. And let me just help you. If you refer to Jewish people as venomous, that is absolutely, I mean, I was going to say microaggression. I don't think that's a microaggression. That is a slur. It is horrible. It is awful. And he says this calmly and is just like, la, la, la. And that, I'm just trying to let you guys know, this ideology, the ideology of Nick Fuentes, the ideology of the Groypers, the ideology of Joel Webbin, who is literally best friends with the director of the Office of Management and Budget. They are already in the White House. They are already there. This is how they all feel. They are the anti-Semites. One of the most interesting thing I've ever seen is trying to turn to the left and accuse us of anti-Semitism. Absolutely fascinating pivot. But like I said, every accusation is a confession from the right. This is who they quite literally are. And he showed the hand way too early. And that's why people are like, what? And people just, they have I said this earlier, and if you're just joining, they have an anti-Semitism coalition inside the Heritage Foundation. And those people started resigning because they're like, oh, okay, now we can see exactly who you are. I don't really want to listen to too much of this. So this is the post he then made after, because then he got huge backlash. Again, they don't care. They always get backlash from the left. They don't care. This was inside their own company. This is what he said. Yesterday I said that I abhorred views expressed by Nick Fuentes. No, you didn't. You said some of them. And that the best way to fight anti-Semitic ideas was to challenge them head on. Fuentes replied on X by saying, I don't know what exactly you abhor about my views. Allow me to elaborate because there's plenty to condemn. He is only doing this. I'll show you the internal email where they demanded it. First, the Heritage Foundation and I denounce and stand against his vicious anti-Semitic ideology, his Holocaust denial, and his relentless conspiracy theories that echo the darkest chapters of history. We are disgusted by his musings about rape, women, child marriage, and abusing his potential wife. Fuentes made grotesque analogies to try to cast doubt on the unalivings of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust, and has said, quote, I think the Holocaust is exaggerated. I don't hate Mustache Man. Fuentes called for the unaliving penalty for, quote, perfidious Jews. Fuentes called for the unaliving, and other non-Christians, stating that, quote, when we take power, they need to be given the unaliving penalty. Fuentes praised Mustache Man, and in the Tucker interview said he is a, quote, Stalin admirer. Fuentes stated that his goal is, quote, total Aryan victory, and this is just my, again, reminding everyone that Nick Fuentes is Hispanic. So it is mind-boggling how he could, and the irony is, Mustache Man was also not Aryan. So it's always fascinating to me, like the psychology behind people that do this. Like, sir, are you okay? And claim that black people should be in prison for the most part. This is but a sampling of his vilely daily rhetoric. Racism and anti-Semitism are not relics of the past. Yeah, they're things that you are using as tools to consolidate power on the right, Kevin Roberts. They have blossomed on the left. Now, are you, sir? We're talking about everybody in your organization quitting because of a far-right fringe interview that you said you support. That's what you said. And now somehow, isn't it always ironic how they're like, and this is all the left's fault? Is it? Or are you a liar? They have blossomed on the left on university campuses. No, they haven't. And grown on the right through figures like Fuentes. Nick Fuentes' anti-Semitism is not complicated, ironic, or misunderstood. It is explicit, dangerous, and demands our unified opposition as conservatives. Fuentes knows exactly what he is doing. He is fomenting, and he writes Jew hatred. Like, it's Jewish hatred, and I can't... keep telling on yourself, Kevin, you weirdo. And his incitements are not only immoral and unchristian, they risk violence. They risk violence? Okay, I can't. Our task is to confront and challenge those poisonous ideas at every turn to prevent them from taking America to a very dark place. Join us, not to cancel, but to guide, challenge, and strengthen the conversation, and be confident as I am that our best ideas at heart of Western civilization will prevail. For those, especially young men, who are enticed by Fuentes and his acolytes online, there is a better way. I look forward to talking more about this in the days to come. After he literally gave and I didn't play the whole thing because it gets inappropriate, where he was like, I support Tucker Carlson's interview of Nick Fuentes. And then everyone inside your organization is like, I'm quitting. And he's like, oops, now let me pretend to not be exactly who I've been literally the entire time. I'm not going to play. Then he goes to Hillsdale College, which is like a terrifying, private university. I'm not playing this whole thing, but he basically tries again to be like, oh, just kidding. I'm not exactly who I've been this entire time, which can be referenced through all of my actions, not the words I'm now putting together to try to backtrack. And then, so he goes to Hillsdale College, blah, blah, blah. And then then he posts this apology video. It's this on Wednesday. He posted this Wednesday night, super late. That's why yesterday I was like, I'm going to show you guys this. So then everyone's like, not good enough, not good enough. So he posts this.
I want to speak plainly, both as president of the Heritage Foundation and also as an American who understands the urgency of this moment. Leadership requires owning the moments where we fall short, then using them to reset, refocus, and recommit. I talked about this today, as you may have seen, during our Heritage All-Staff Town Hall. I'm so grateful for my amazing colleagues. My use of the phrase venomous coalition was a terrible choice of words. It caused justified concern, especially among friends and allies who know how seriously
think Kevin Roberts said who he was. I think he just told the truth. And I'm saying all his actions are that he's a white Anglo-Saxon Christian nationalist Protestant male who thinks that if you are brown, if you are black, if you are a woman, if you are gay, if you are disabled, if you are anything other than part of this elite group of people, that you should be in subjugation to them, quite literally under contract, or you should be in jail, or you should leave the country.
Heritage has fought and continues to fight against the rise of anti-Semitism. Everyone has the responsibility to speak up against the scourge of anti-Semitism, no matter the messenger. Heritage and I will do so, even when my friend Tucker Carlson needs challenging. My Heritage colleagues know, as do you, the work ahead is too important. Our conservative movement must be willing to wrestle with hard conversations, not avoid them. Last night's election results demonstrate this. The need of this moment is clear. We must articulate a bold, positive vision that convinces Americans that conservative policies will revitalize the American dream. The left isn't slowing down. If we want to win, truly win, we must grow stronger in every way. Here is what we are focused on moving forward. Standing for strong families, because no society survives without them.
to be clear, that's the belief in Project 2025, that the only people who should legally be allowed to procreate are straight white people, right? That's why the Heritage Foundation is actively against IVF, because they believe it allows people who are not, are not, God does not want to have children to have children. They do not support IVF, or it's about winning. Well, I mean, it's about winning, but I mean, I promise you, these people want us all in subjugation to them. It's not, I mean, winning what? Like, their version of winning involves us, like I'm trying to say, us all being slaves or contractually in servitude to them, or in jail, or no longer here.
Advocating for the dignity of work and free enterprise, because it's how people build meaning and sustain freedom. Defending national sovereignty, because a country that doesn't protect itself isn't a country. And restoring citizenship as a sacred trust, rooted in virtue, liberty, and faith.
Racism is what we heard.
It's not just policy, it's purpose. So to each of you working the long hours, holding the line, doing the unglamorous tasks that keep this mission moving, I see you. I'm grateful. And I want you to know we're in this together. Movement.
No one's in it with you but straight, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant males. Good luck with procreation, but yeah, you guys are above nothing. Hold on, I just gotta remember that I'm not gonna say anything that... So, okay, because I'm just scared at every clip, because these are all very terrifying. Okay, so once Kevin Roberts on October 30th comes out and defends Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes' interview, and then Nick Fuentes is like, basically like, yeah, like I'm running now and I can do whatever I want. And then basically he's like, I don't know, like he's saying that JD Vance cannot denounce them. Not that JD Vance, I don't even think that he would, right? I think JD Vance is a Christian nationalist. I think that JD Vance is smart though, right? JD Vance is too smart to necessarily publicly be like, hey, I'm with these people. So that's the issue. I don't think JD Vance is against them. But now, again, remember, there's a power vacuum. Charlie Kirk's gone, who was JD Vance's bestie. So here comes this guy.
He's getting squeezed. Because the Groypers are on the one hand saying, hey, listen, fat boy, we want America first. You want to run for president? We want to hear you say America first. And on the other side, he's got his donors, and they're saying they're horrible anti-Semites. You have to disavow them. You have to forcefully condemn them. Condemn Tucker. Condemn the Groypers. Now, if Vance condemns the Groypers, we are deploying to Iowa. Raise your right hand. I swear I'm going to move to Iowa and New Hampshire and Nevada and South Carolina, and one primary after the next. And we will go to every town hall. We will go to every meet and greet where there's 4 or 5 people, and we will be there. And we'll do it for free.
Okay, if you're confused, he's talking about the primaries. Like, this message is for JD Vance. He's saying, you're trying to pretend you're not an anti-Semite, that you don't agree with us. Well, either you embrace us or we will ruin your chances at being president. You know, in Nick Fuentes' mind, Trump's no longer with us anymore. He's already planning for the future, and he's saying the Iowa primary, this is where the presidential elections start. And he is saying, JD Vance, either you, which, let's be honest, JD Vance does believe this stuff. Like, remember though, this is the crazy part. JD Vance is married to an Indian woman and has biracial children and is a white nationalist, terrifying weirdo. Best friend of Kevin Roberts, best friend of Tucker Carlson. This is who he is. He's just he's a Yale educated lawyer who's too smart to get, actually back him publicly. And Nick Fuentes wants to be legitimized. Nick Fuentes is very angry. Part of the Tucker Carlson interview is Nick Fuentes talking about how he's been banned from CPAC, how he's mad at Marjorie Taylor Greene because Marjorie Taylor Greene agrees with every single thing Nick Fuentes says. Actually, I didn't add it to this interview, but that's part of the literal interview. Tucker Carlson's like, why are you mad at Marjorie? And I remember this entire thing. Nick Fuentes is like, you agree with this is every belief this man has, Marjorie Taylor Greene holds. And that's why I said when she started doing this whole, I'm more polished, I agree with Democrats, that's more scary to me. Let's never forget who Marjorie Taylor Greene actually is. And if you don't remember what I'm talking about, I'm going to try to get this right. Like, CPAC, God, it was like 2019, 2018. He was physically not allowed to attend. They had security guards trying to keep him out. He kind of broke in with all his little friends, and it was like this whole thing. Then a year and a half later, Marjorie Taylor Greene essentially was pretending to not know who he was after he basically hosted a conference of anti-Semitic, racist, misogynist bigots, and she spoke there. And he basically, if you follow Capitol Hill blogs, because the aides were saying, he has a recording of Marjorie Taylor Greene apparently saying horrible things. And when Marjorie Taylor Greene wouldn't publicly say, I know Nick Fuentes, he's my friend, and I believe all the same things he does, he was going to release this recording, I guess, that he says he has, which I fully believe it, because there are many congressional aides apparently that have heard it, of her just being absolutely vile. Yeah, this is all before he met with Trump, faithfully. So that comes like a year later. But yeah, if you haven't, people don't understand. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nick Fuentes have all the same ideas, period. And then a year, or maybe a year and a couple months later, is when he shows up at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. Right? So that's why he hates or is mad at Marjorie. And he's like, now you all accept me. Now you're all with me. Now you all can publicly say, because the Overton window has moved so far right, being horrifically anti-Semitic, being horrifically misogynistic, being horrifically racist is in fashion now. And he's like, but back then, my life was ruined. And all of these Republicans in Congress and government agreed with me behind the scenes, but would not claim me then. And I am still mad about it now. That's why he's mad. So never sleep on all these people. The lesson today is his beliefs are the beliefs of the majority of these people. This is who they are. They feel this way. Anyways, and if you're looking for more reading on this, so this is the second scandal. So I said in the beginning of October, when I was on my I can no longer deal with politics mental health break, this is a New York Times article, if you didn't hear about it, racist and homophobic texts from young Republican officials prompt backlash. There was a signal chat of all of these young Republicans around the country, but also many of them in New York. And the things I think maybe I have some of them screenshotted. Hold on. I'm scared to even. Let me see if I can. A lot of them were in Arizona. Shocking. Where Turning Point is. I'm going to see if I can read some of them without. Peter Guntas, chief of staff to Mike Riley, a New York assemblyman, posted, I love Mustache Man. If your pilot is a she and she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. Scream the no-no word. At another point, according to Politico, Mr. Gunta was asked if he was watching an NBA game and responded, I can't. Okay, I'm going to try to say this in some way where this live's not. Can we all tap the screen aggressively? Tap the screen, gift, share the live. I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch a horrible derogatory term for a black person, play ball. In a June message, he wrote that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. William Hendricks, the vice chair of Kansas Young Republicans, used racial slurs against black people. Bro is at a chicken restaurant ordering his food. Would he like some watermelon and Kool-Aid with that? And Samuel Douglas, a state senator in Vermont, responded to a chat about, oh my God, a very obese Indian woman with she just didn't bathe often. I cannot. Politico reported that that racist epithets appeared more than 251 times in the chat. The text, which okay, hold on, let me just move on. And so, what do you think J.D. Vance did when this all came out? He did what he always does because he agrees with all of this. He is one of them. He said, "It's just kids talking. These are Republicans working in politics in their 20s." And he's like, anything said in a college group chat, even though many come from local party officials and not college students. Like, that's what he's like, it's just kids are having fun. Kids will be kids. These are state assembly. These are people in the state legislatures. The emergence of the text and the disparate reactions to them among Republicans reveal not only a split in the party, it's not a split. The majority of that's what I want you to know. That's how they feel. That's who J.D. Vance is. I am more terrified of J.D. Vance than I am of Trump. Trump is narcissists are giant infants who miss their nap. And like he's doing damage and he's written a playbook that is scary, but J.D. Vance's brain works much better. And we should be much more terrified of him. This is what he said, this Matt Walsh from Daily Wire, the giant bigot. A few college kids make edgy jokes in a group chat, and conservatives are tripping over themselves to denounce and disavow and call for firings and resignations. If you're still playing by rules the left sets, but doesn't even follow themselves, you're hopeless, completely hopeless. And you know what they use to say, hey, this is okay? That Jay Jones guy who still was elected AG, like he compared, I don't know who it was, some like House Speaker in Virginia, sorry, I have to think, to Pol Pot or other dictators. And then he said something about like these types of people who are bigots and anti-Semites and, you know, like whatever, Christian nationalists, they don't learn until something personally affects them. Which I finally, because in my research when I was making this, I looked up, I reread, I'd never seen, like, I can't remember the exact words, so I'm not going to make them up. But there's some part of those messages. I had seen like the Pol Pot ones, but there's some part where he basically, I don't know what he says, like he needs to suffer. Like there's an allusion to like the guy's kids unaliving and saying the only way some of these people will learn is if they personally experience pain, which I don't disagree with actually. I mean, let me be very clear because that sounds horrible. Nobody ever the only people we need to protect in this world are children. But in terms of, and I'm speaking about 2A and the insensitive, like, I was going to say language. It's not language. The beliefs in the Republican Party that children can be pew-pewed down over and over and over, and that somehow is like in defense of the Constitution. Yeah. So when I think about that, and I think about, I'm trying to remember because there's a specific incident I want to bring up. Like a couple weeks before, literally, it might have been less than I think it is less than 14 days. I used to know the exact amount of time before what happened to Charlie Kirk. That the Minneapolis Catholic school pew-pewing of children, you know, when they were in they were at mass, they were in the chapel, and the guy like pew-pewed through the windows. And I'll never forget, it's like etched in my mind, because I went to private Christian school like that. Like, I was in chapel every Wednesday. So, like, it's like that. Maybe that's why I will never forget, like, the kids who were on the news saying, like, my friend threw his body over mine, and now he's in the hospital, and I don't know if he's alive. And every Republican pretending it didn't happen. And the ones who did acknowledge it just being like, yeah, if you know the video, I played it on the people's, I'll never forget that kid. And every Republican just being like, thoughts and prayers, protect 2A. And then when what happened to Charlie Kirk, which is unacceptable and horrible, that was a crisis. But when 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, their bodies are being ripped apart by semi-automatic weapons, that's just the cost of protecting the Constitution. There is no way I will ever understand any of this logic or accept it. Anyway, sorry. I can't. And when I read these articles, like, please don't. A few college kids make edgy jokes. Like, I don't know. It just really sticks with me. Like, there is no empathy on the right. And if we're going to have empathy, I think, in my opinion, it should start with children. It needs to start there. We protect them with our lives. And if we all can't have semi-automatic weapons so children stay alive, then, like, maybe that's what needs to happen. Okay, wait, let me get to this. This is the guy who wrote the majority of those, some of those messages. There's only one person or a couple people who got fired. The majority of them still have their jobs. And he's like, I'm so sorry to those offended by the insensitive and inexcusable language found within the more than 28,000 messages of a private group chat. In his message to the Times, Mr. Gunta said an intra-party squabble in New York and a year-long character assassination campaign were to blame for bringing the chats to life. So another Republican basically told on these people for doing this, essentially, which you can... Here's a short clip, because I was doing more research on Vance, being like, it's no big deal. None of this is any big deal. All of it is a big deal to me. Bigotry, racism, misogyny, little children being, the victims of PUPs, all of it is a big deal to me. So, yeah, I don't understand how you could say this, but keep this in mind. Keep this group chat in mind. Hold on, let me show you this. Keep this group chat in mind next time you hear Republicans say Democrats or progressives have no empathy. They have no empathy.
By focusing on what kids are saying in a group chat, grow up. I'm sorry. Focus on the real issues. Don't focus on what kids say in group chats. But by focusing on what
I want to be clear. These are adult people who are elected to state legislatures. These are adults. These are not children. None of these people are children that are in this chat. These are all adults. They're not kids. The kids who are no longer with us, that no one seems to care about, those were children. Oh yeah, some of them are married. Oh, some have children of their own. These are adult human beings. But the way they're trying to explain it away is like, kids will be kids. And if they have no empathy for anyone else, like, they're kids. I just want to be clear. These are all adults who have adult jobs, and some of them have families. So I don't know. Like, I guess, wait, what is this? Oh God, I got scared. I was like, is this inappropriate? Oh yeah. Okay. So remember I said the justification. Sorry, I'm scared. I was like, did I put something in here that's going to get me banned? So JD Vance, not only that clip and appeared on many podcasts being like racism, misogyny, making light of people unaliving or children unaliving, all of that's okay. This is far worse than anything said in a college group chat. Again, these are all adult men, some married with families. And the guy who said it could become the AG of Virginia. This is prior to Election Day. I refuse to join the pearl clutching when powerful people call for political violence. So this is and again, you can find all these you can just Google this. The guy who was in fact elected. Wait, I keep almost wanting to say Pennsylvania or New Jersey. AG of Virginia, Jay Jones. And you can read all of these, but again, he compared, it's some guy, I can't remember which guy, some guy in like the Virginia Commonwealth, like state legislature or some position, like the speaker or something. He was just saying like, this guy has no empathy, he's awful. You know, he compared him to Pol Pot or other like dictators. And then this is the part, like, you were simply asking questions, and you know, I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about, oh, it's a woman. Sorry, I couldn't remember. Jennifer Gilbert's children were unalive. Yes, I've told, and this is the gray is Jay Jones. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Which, I don't know. Yeah, I could, in terms of 2A, yeah, I actually think that might be true in terms of Republicans. I don't know what it would take. And I say that because for me, I don't need to have my own child unalive to see the pain and the fear in children's eyes. Maybe that's because I'm a teacher and maybe I've been much closer to children in those situations. But yeah, I don't know how any human being who has ever had any proximity to children, if you, including your own, could sit through even the first, and now we're on like the 10,000th school of pew-pewing, and not be like, the only thing that matters is this stops. So yeah, I actually don't know what it takes to change anyone's mind about that stuff. I'm not saying I think like they need to personally suffer, but you tell me what it takes to care about children. And I think that is like a baseline for where we're at in America, because if we don't care about the most helpless, precious future of America, no one definitely cares about adults. Like, if we can't even look at, like, hey, we should probably protect these 4-year-olds with our lives, and everyone's like, no, I don't think so. I think 2A is more important. Then we're okay. I don't know. I don't know what to say or what to do to make anyone care either. That's the truth. I have no idea, because I mean, nothing seems to make that 29 to 33% of the far right care about children. Nothing. You can't. I could cry, I could sob. Children can cry on the news, like the clips I played in Beg, like that clip of that kid who's crying yesterday at the city council meeting, begging and saying, I'm in fear for my life, like I'm never going to see my parents again. Please help me. I have no idea what would make someone care. It seems to be something very extreme. Okay, so let's get to this. Oh yeah, so after Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation, endorses Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes, this is what Nick Fuentes says. Oopsie, sorry.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, everyone's a groiper now. I don't even know these people. I've never met these people, and I don't know that they identify as groipers. I don't believe they talked about me. If they did, I'm sure it'd be in here. But it just goes to show this is the mood of my generation. This is the mood. This is the zeitgeist of the under 25, under 30 crowd, especially for white men. It's just where they are. These guys were doing
specifically only for white men. Like, your whole ideology is that nobody matters, and not just doesn't matter, but should be unalived, enslaved, imprisoned, or disappeared from the planet. Like, yeah, like, that's what he believes.
A great thing. These guys are, they're not woke, they're based, and they're doing what they're supposed to be. They're rising up in the party leadership. They're rising up in the government. The mistake that they made is that they were sloppy. This is what I'm talking about. Like, everyone's a groiper.
Talking about the young Republican Chad that got exposed. He's like, see, we're infiltrating the government. And it's not infiltrating. This is what Trump believes. This is what J.D. Vance believes. It's already here. That's what I'm trying to say. It's just some of them are smart enough not to get caught saying it in a group chat, which should be terrifying, because the ones who are smart enough not to get caught saying it are actually, to me, scarier than the ones who are just yelling it. Here's another far-right streamer I cannot stand. His name's David Riley, talking about the young Republicans' racist, misogynist, bigoted text message scandal. Oh, trigger warning, too, because this is not... I don't think it's going to get me banned, but it's also hard. It's very hard to hear. It's sickening.
We need to close ranks around these young kids. These were good young kids that thought that they were in private, making edgy jokes as one does. And, you know, like I've seen it in my life. You know, when I got canceled in 2017, you know, I got called an anti-Semite, and I never really fucking said anything anti-Semitic. Okay? But once I got called that, all of a sudden, you know what? I am going to take another look at World War II. I'm going to take another look at Jewish group behavior. And all of a sudden, guess what? Now I'm an anti-Semite. So thank you. Thank you for creating more radicals. The Republican Party is fucked. I don't know what else to say. We need to close ranks and support these guys. So please pray for them, support them, hire them. These are young, bright kids. They're going to have great futures ahead of them. So we need to close ranks and support. We need to close ranks around these young kids.
This is not some fringe group of people. This is a well-funded operation, like from the White House, stretching out all the way to the far right. I just want to be clear, and I will prove more of that. If you're interested in more about this, this is another, I'm not reading any of this, but this is another New York Times article. Nick Fuentes' rise puts MAGA movement in a time of choosing. Like, there's many articles that back up all the information I'm giving you. Oh, here's another interesting one too. Hold on. If you're interested, Heritage staff in open revolt over leaders' defense of Tucker Carlson. That's another one. I'm not reading any. I can't read the majority. They're just too gross. But now let's get into some. Okay, I have to look before I play anything, because I'm just like. It's like sometimes I'm tired when I'm doing this. I'm like, I think I'm not going to get banned. But every time I play Nick Fuentes speaking, I just live in fear. I'm like, at any moment, he's going to say something horrible. And I want you guys to know, if I could play the stuff he really says, I just want you to know, like, every podcast he has, he's yelling the N-word. Like, 20 times minimum. Like, I wish I could show you how horrible this person actually is. Like, just understand that. I have to spend all my time trying to clip little pieces that won't get me banned. This man yells the N-word over and over and over.
And this is why I've been pushing this so strongly for 10 years. I want groypers to go to Yale, go to Stanford, go to Harvard, infiltrate the government. We need the...
Can I just posit something? That's like a word Nick Fuentes thinks J.D. Vance is Couch Boy is the original groyper. That's who he is. Like, truly. Like, they already have infiltrated the government.
Smartest young people to get jobs at the Pentagon, at the Department of War, at DHS.
Pete Hegseth, and Pete Hegseth agrees every word you hear. Christian nationalist, anti-Semitic. Like, Pete Hegseth agrees with Department of War. Pete Hegseth agrees with every word this man says and has the tattoos to back it up. Mike Johnson flies the Appeal to Heaven flag, which is a sign of, like, what is it, 3%ers who are Christian nationalists, like, gang members. Like, all of these people are already in the government.
Yes, at the CIA. And, that guy, Dan Caldwell, I kind of make fun of him for crying a little bit, but we need guys like that. We need young whippersnappers like him. He's probably like my age, but We need young guys like that, a new generation to rise through the ranks in the security state, because personnel is policy. Only if we actually control those levers, only if our guys control those levers, do we actually see change. If we are getting outmaneuvered constantly, like, look, we elect Trump. Yeah, Trump agrees with us, but who does he appoint? Do you follow? People say, well, we have to make sure Republicans win. And Republicans win the White House, they win the Senate, and Trump agrees with us, but he appoints neocons. The Senate confirms neocons. Neocons run the departments and agencies, and they hire as their deputies and their deputies other neocons from their office, from their campaign, from the other neocons, from the think tanks. That's what they do. And because they're good at this stuff, they outmaneuver the trusting face, the trusting endomorphic face of Dan Caldwell. He seems like a nice enough guy, but he's getting outmaneuvered and shanked in the back. He's getting dragged through the streets of Politico and crying about it on Tucker Carlson. So we need to get a little bit smarter, is my point. We need to get a little bit smarter. The national security state is the center of everything, and it's filled up with Israeli spies, ideological neocons who are accomplices frequently of the Israeli spies. We need to fill it up with American patriots, because when you look at a country like China or Russia, their security state is filled up with ethnic Russians and Chinese. And the state is total. The business interests do not overpower the state. The contractors do not overpower the state. The state sets the strategy. The state sets.
Understand that he's like, this is a Republican arguing for making the government larger, consolidating all power there. In case, because he's talking in a way you might not get it. Just let me explain what he's saying. He's saying that in China, China has one of the lowest foreign immigration, or I think actually the lowest of in the world. It's like something like less than 2% of their country are immigrants. He's saying that in China, the only people who are allowed to be to run the state, which the state means the government, are, Chinese nationals. And he's saying and let me just be clear, in his Christian nationalist view, the only people who should ever hold any power in the American government are white Christian Anglo-Saxon Protestants, or white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, who are definitely not gay. That's what he's saying. He's saying we need to take, white Christian nationalism to a new level and take a page out of China's book. And if you're not did I say male? Definitely male. No women allowed. They don't want us to even vote. Trust me, if you thought that was bad, just prepare yourselves. Okay, so he posts that, and then Right Wing Watch replies to that with this clip. After calling for the Groypers to infiltrate and take over the government, Nick Fuentes catches himself while admitting that he knows several Groypers are already serving in the Trump administration. Quote, "There's good people in this administration, and I know because... I just know that." You know what I'm saying? That's what they're already there.
So, look, there's good people in this administration, and I know because I just know that. There are good people in this administration. They're trying to level up at the Department of War. There are America Firsters. There's like an institutional battle happening. But it just shouldn't be like this, So, look, there's good people in this administration, and I know because I just know that. There are good people in this administration. They're trying to level.
People meaning horrific, schmaltzy, Stalin sympathizing, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant males who are definitely not gay. That's what he means by that.
Up at the Department of War. There are America firsters. There's like an institutional battle happening. But it just shouldn't be like this, you know? So, look, there's good people in this administration, and I know because...
And I wish it wasn't going to get worse from here, but if you cannot stomach this, I'm just giving you a trigger warning. It's going to get worse. Okay, because now we're going to enter, like, the Christian nationalist... And this is, I don't, and I know that Nick Fuentes does reference the Bible and he sees himself as a Christian, but like, at least he's not like, I am running a church, because to me, all of these quote unquote, I don't even know how to say it anymore, Christian nationalist pastors, like, it's just a grift for tax exempt. You're an insecure, racist, bigoted, misogynist who has no idea what you're talking about. And you're like, Jesus said white man. And that's the irony, because, like, do you understand where the Bible happened? No one in the Bible was white. Not a person in the Bible was white. So it is very confusing why you think you have this mandate of superiority based on the Bible. Like, maybe you should, like, figure out what color people were in the times that you're referencing. But okay, so now we're going to move on to the Christian nationalist pastors who are, God, I hope, don't have tax exempt status, but are now going to let us know how they align with Nick Fuentes' views, Hegseth's views, J.D. Vance's views, Donald Trump's views, and what needs to happen in order for them to, you know, take over the United States and get rid of mouthy women, brown people, black people, gay people, you know, the whole deal. So this man's name is C.J. Engel. And it's going to start out calm, but I'm just preparing you. I have some clips that are not going to sit well with people.
We can say that our guys are getting into positions of influence. And I can say for certain, because I know some of these people, that there are very good right-wing heritage Americans in staff positions all over Washington. And
again, do you see how this person next to him who doesn't have the guts to turn their camera on, his name's Appeal to Heaven? This flag, Mike Johnson flies the Appeal to Heaven flag outside his office. This is the symbol of the 3%ers, like violent Christian nationalists. This is the flag that Samuel Alito's wife was flying over their house. Members, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. That's when I really knew who Alito was. This psychotic dispute over her flying these crazy flags and refusing to take them down, and like everyone in her neighborhood wants. Just understand who these people are when you hear them speaking.
I trust them, I know them, and good things are happening. And I think that we just have to continue to fight and double down. And the Americans, the American right wing of 2026 needs to make the American right wing of 2025 look like liberals. And that we need to do that every single year. We need to push the Overton window. And I think that we really have a bright future ahead of us. It's going to be some struggle, probably some violence, but I think our children will be able to take up where we can say that our guys.
I don't do this to you guys that often. Do you hear? He said the far right fringe of 2025, or the far right fringe of 2026 needs to make the far right of 2025 look like liberals. Like, it's not going to be enough to them before, like, Holocaust situation. And I hate doing this. I hate doing the research, and I hate presenting it. But, like, people need to know who these people are. Oh, you think it's scary now? Just prepare yourself. We're not done. We're going to get Matt Vogt, the architect of Project 2025. His bestie, who he does research papers with, is coming back. Like, I'm telling you, these people are not well. This is just a little Glenn Beck. I know. Glenn Beck is still alive. Just like I did not know that Papa Bear, what's that guy's name? I don't know. The Glenn Beck is still alive and spreading hate, but this is just his threat against Antifa. So, and I think it's important also if you're doing any sort of protest work and could be swept up in the delusional version of whatever Antifa is. Like this is. Listen to this.
Last week, I did a TV show that apparently got the FBI's attention. The topic was...
Russ Vogt is spelled Vought. His name's Russell Vogt, Vought. He is the director of the Office of Management and Budget. He was the architect of Project 2025. These Christian nationalists, Joel Webbin in particular, who I'm going to play more clips of, they are besties who do write research papers together. Yeah, so he goes by Russ, but yeah, his name's Russell. Like, you know that crazy guy who's the superintendent of public instruction in Oklahoma and like makes videos in his car being like, we're gonna find all the gays, and Russ Vogt's wife runs a Christian nationalist PR network, and that's his PR person. Like, all of these people are connected. They are deeply connected to the White House. They're all friends. And like, the more you learn how this like web of these people work out, the more you'll notice when one or more of them is credibly accused of having access or indicted for child, porn. Because it's always, you know what I mean? The more you understand, yes, Ryan Waters, the more you understand how all these people are connected, the more when one of them is in fact indicted for, doing something horrific, the more you'll be like, oh yeah, that's another Christian nationalist pastor that Trump has been photographed with. I guarantee you, if you really get into this, because I can show you guys other accounts besides Right Wing Watch, and the more you get into understanding who these people are, they are all connected to people working in the executive branch. They're all best friends, and whenever these child sex charges or child court charges come out about Christian pastors, like, you'll be like, oh yeah, police told me about him. It literally is a circus. I'm saying that Tammy said, why do I hear circus music? It's either circus music or it's like that banjo music from the backwoods of West Virginia. Or if you could somehow like put those two sounds together, like circus, banjo, West Virginia music together, that is what we would hear whenever these people pop up.
Last week, I did a TV...
and some, like, terrible Christian, like, music, like that Our God is an Awesome God song. Like, if we could just smash it all together. Clowncore. Jesse, that is hilarious. Christian nationalist clowncore is really what we're doing here today. That's hilarious.
Last week, I did a TV show that apparently got the FBI's attention. The topic was initial investigation, a jumping off point, shattering the myth that Antifa just, it's just leaderless and decentralized. We thought, no, it's really not. So we don't.
Someone explain to me, if you guys are part of the Antifa network that knows who the leader is, why don't I know? Like, does anyone know who the leader of Antifa is, as Glenn Beck is saying, that we are organized and we are all part of a gang and there's a hierarchy? Why has no one told me about it? Like, this is BS if everyone else knows but me. I find I'm the leader. Thank you. Eifenheimer, FTT, there is that we are I'm Spartacus. That's like literally what it's like. If everyone knows what's going on but me, I'm pissed because I've been working for free, and if anyone's collecting a check or understands who's in charge, I'm pissed. Literally, I'm pissed. But Glenn, listen to Glenn Beck tell us about ourselves. Like, Glenn, you would love this to be true. Like, really is this like, it's like, are you on something and you had some sort of hallucination during being on something, and then you like convinced yourself this was true?
I did a TV show that apparently got the FBI's attention. The topic was initial investigation, a jumping off point, shattering the myth that Antifa just, it's just leaderless and decentralized. We thought, no, it's really not. So we dove in headfirst and we analyzed the Antifa network, and we went from the street thugs to the support groups, eventually to the
the street. Put a 1 in the chat if you are a street thug. What in the? You mean people? You mean the elderly holding signs? What in the hell? Identify yourselves, street thugs, right now. There they are. There they are. They're the street thugs. Now we all know the street thugs. Like, are we going? Can you imagine when we all finally get arrested? Like, they're just gonna make up like weird facts about us and be like, I had no idea about any of this. Thank you for telling me about myself.
Okay. To say the FBI was interested in this might be an understatement. Let's just say the FBI is turning over every single stone. It is so clear to me that they are exploring all angles of this, and they are talking to anyone and everyone that can give them any kind of information. How do I know? Saturday, I get a phone call. The director would like to send over some agents to speak to you, Glenn. And I'm like,
Kash Patel? Yeah, he didn't call you because he was too busy on a PJ to go F his D-list country music girlfriend. So I'm sure he didn't call you. But this is literally the blind idiots leading the blind idiots. It's like, God help us.
The direct FBI agents? Yes, you said some things that they need to talk to you about. And I'm like, well, good things or bad things? They'll be over. So they sat in my living, 3 agents sat in my living room on Saturday afternoon for almost 2 hours. And I immediately called Jason. I'm like, Jason, you're the researcher. It's your fault. I'm going to throw you under the bus. You better get your butt over here. So Jason was there, and my wife and Jason and I sat there, and it was surreal at one point. I talked to him for about 15 minutes just going over the Tides Foundation and saying, if you understand Tides, you'll understand how difficult your job is going to be. And this is information that I first gave on Fox years ago. Let me just say this. Finally, we have an administration and an FBI director that is willing to go in deep, not surface, but deep. I can only imagine what we could have avoided if anyone in an administration would have done this in 2011. But if I were in that imaginary group of Antifa, which, by the way, has imaginary leaders leaving the country to go maybe to imaginary countries outside of the U.S. right now, I would be very concerned. If I were part of anything that was sending money their way or assistance their way, I don't know. I might be a little concerned because the FBI is dead ass serious. Thank you, Donald Trump, Kash Patel, and all. Last week I did a
Tides Foundation is a 501c3. I only know about them from my time living in San Francisco. Like, it's like a nonprofit that, I mean, it's not, I don't know. Like, I do look forward to talking about Republican dark money like this, which pales in comparison. It makes no sense. Okay, we're back to Joel Webben. So, trigger warning. This is like Russ Vogt, the director of the Office of Management Budget and the architect of Project 2025. This is one of his besties, and he just really, really says some gross stuff. So just trigger warning. I don't think I'm going to get banned for this, but just brace yourself for how gross this man is.
Well, who are the victims currently in our American context? Well, I'll tell you, and I won't mince words. The actual victims in our American context today are heritage Americans. If you are a man, if you are a Christian man, if you are a non-sodomite, gay, furry man, and if you are a white man, then you are objectively on the books, be it Ivy League schools, or be it the hiring processes of Fortune 500 companies, or be it certain tax brackets, or be it just the general cultural milieu, or even among the perception of your local elders at your local church. If you are a young, white, single, straight man, you are, in the year of our Lord 2025, here in these United States, a legitimate victim. Well, who are the victims currently in our American context? Well, I'll tell you, and I won't mince words. The actual victims in our...
I just want you to know, this is, I'm telling you, like, everyone's like, why are all these, like, 17-year-old kids so angry? I'm like, you need to know that this is like no, this is serious, you guys. I mean, it's factually incorrect and mathematically absolutely incorrect. Like I always try to say to insecure MAGA men that have been told by liars that they are being discriminated against, like, hey, whenever the data, real data, not data, manipulated by people, but real data sets say that you are being disproportionately discriminated against, then I'll fight for you. But until then, like, these are just your feelings. And I get it. Other insecure white men have told you that this is the case, but it's not the case. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we really go. Prepare your ladies, brace for impact. Joel's gonna let you know. Not only are the real victims only the straight white Christian men in America, but he's gonna let you know what he thinks about the rest of us.
Women are atrocious today. They are immodest. They're hoes. They're dumb, like literally intellectually unintelligent. They are shallow. They are deceitful. They are wicked. They are vile. They vote for trannies. I'm not making it up. It is objectively 45-point difference between young men and young women today. That's where we're at. 45-point difference. Women are radical progressives. Women are...
How dare women just defend their rights to, making decisions about their health care? God, atrocious, disgusting, dumb words I'm not going to fill in. Can you imagine how insecure you must feel to feel that way? About people who are being constantly shit on and discriminated against and just trying to survive. Hey, I am so sorry that you must be a very small D. And it's making you feel so insecure. But that has nothing to do with actual people who are being discriminated against, marginalized. 1 in 3 of us are literally assaulted. Like, we can't avoid it. 1 in 3 of us will be essayed in our lifetime. Me, multiple times. Like, and then to say that we are, yeah, exactly. Witchcraft, exactly. Well, that's the next step. At least he didn't say we were all witches and need to be burned at the stake. So I'm telling you, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, the architect of Project 2025, this is one of his besties. And this is like, Nick Fuentes thinks he invented something. No, these are just the more polished versions of it. I mean, if you consider this polished, but here we go too. Hispanics that voted for Trump and believed that you were on their team. I mean, I think it's become very clear that you made a mistake, but here, let's listen to Pastor Joel Webb and tell you what he thinks of you.
Yep, you can't be a vigilante, but you literally can join ICE and be God's appointed avenger, right? Who seeks to carry out God's vengeance on the evildoer. Immigration is evil. So to join the proper mechanism through ICE and to become, in that sense, God's appointed deacon to carry out vengeance on the evildoer who is devouring the inheritance of the children, that is a righteous thing. You can join ICE today and make Jesus smile as you, with a gun, pack foreigners into the back of a van to be kicked out of the. Yep, you can't be a vigilante, but you.
If I didn't remember, I thought I cut that last part out because I'm probably gonna get. I'm gonna get banned because he said that. Are you guys getting my point now? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to cut some more violent rhetoric out. You should hear what he says in between this and this.
You'll get to go to Portland or Chicago, and also get to throw libs to the ground too.
I've seen some of those videos.
Purple hair. That is also a God-glorifying endeavor. Whether you're sending them out, sending them to jail.
These are people who hate you. They hate the country. They're trying to destroy it. These are criminals. They are. It's treason. These are traitors. They're traitors to America, and it's time to clean up our country.
This is frightening, Michelle. I completely agree, and I don't like doing this, but this is why I have to do it, because you guys need to know. You have to understand what is happening. And especially since Charlie Kirk is gone and there's this power vacuum of who's going to fill it, and there's no, this is it. This is now, and I mean, even this is who Charlie Kirk was. I just want to be clear too. They all said this stuff. Charlie Kirk ran actual advertisements in Arizona about, and actively said repeal the 19th Amendment. I want everyone to understand this, even though this is probably, I don't know what percentage of people believe this or are in cognitive dissonance and just want to get on their knees for Trump. 29 to 33%, my best guess. But this is terrifying. And this is why we have to fight actively, because the other option is J.D. Vance is the golden boy of all. He is on this team. I am terrified of what happens next. Oh, here's another. Oh my God. Oh dear God, brace yourself. This is gross. Jesus Christ.
If you're a Christian white parent who loves the Lord and loves your children, that you need to have the talk. The talk that we're referencing is the talk that takes your children according to their maturity at the proper time, the appropriate time, and says there are certain parts of town that you cannot go, and there are certain people that you cannot be around.
Yep.
Right? If there's someone who is black in our church, and they've been in our church, and we know them, and they love the Lord Jesus Christ, great. We're not talking about that person, right. But we're talking about when you go into a crowd of people. If you go into a crowd of strangers, and they're white strangers, there's some danger. If they're black strangers, there is 30 times more danger. Them's the facts. And it is actually a failure of your parental duty, white parents. Please hear me. If you teach your children growing up, if you lie to them and say all people and all races of people in our country are the same, they are not. You are actually depriving your child of factual, truthful information that could save their life. If you're a Christian white,
I hate doing this. I just need people to understand what I know and why I always seem so disturbed when I do these lives. I don't show you 90% of the information I take in. I feel like I'm a Google moderator, and you probably don't know what that means, but in the tech industry, the most famous, most damaging job to someone's psyche is being a moderator for Google, and they last on average of 2 to 4 months, and then they need they literally go nuts because they have to see horrific content that scars them for the rest of their lives. That's what I feel like when I'm monitoring the Christian nationalists. And this is a pastor. This is a man who believes he is preaching. I want to be clear. He believes he is saying all of this. He runs a nonprofit and doesn't pay taxes. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Oh no, and what I'm trying to, the whole premise, and you didn't realize how bad it was going to get. I'll stop here because I am horrified too, and I shouldn't go on because it only gets worse. But the premise is, I want you to know, this man's best friend, who he does research with and has been published with, is Russ Vought, who's the architect of Project 2025 and is Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget, which is the most powerful position in the executive branch. They are there. They all agree on all of this. They just are smart enough to not say it out loud. Just understand that this is who these people are. All of them. This is what they think. It's not like we're like, oh, here, I will play this. So this guy who's a black Republican pastor, he saw this clip about Joel Webben saying this stuff about black people. I actually should play this and he did respond and say this. His name's John Amanchukwu, and he did say this, so I do think I should play this.
Black people, I would leave by the droves. I would not come back. Get out of this church. If a church promotes hatred or exclusion, it has stepped out of the fellowship of Christ. If I were a black believer hearing that from the pulpit, I'd walk out. See you later. Alligator. After a while, crocodile. I got to go. I can't sit in this. I cannot sit in this because this grand wizard talking KKK master, he's messed up. And he's saying the quiet part out loud proudly and in a pompous and arrogant way. Man, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Black people, I would.
I mean, and imagine, like, that's what I find most disgusting about Republicans is claiming the moral high ground while this is what they believe. Do you know what I mean? Like, that is the sickest part. Okay. I want to, Jesus Christ, these are so scary. Okay. Just one, this is another his name, Christian nationalist podcaster. His name's Joshua Hames. I see him more and more. Like, he has a very popular podcast. Here we go. He has read the Old Testament and would like to let us know why we Christians should absolutely be proud. American, let me just be clear. White, male, Anglo-Saxon Protestants who are not gay should be proud of their heritage of slave owning. Let's tap the screen. I know this is disturbing, but
the institution of slavery is not inherently evil. I know. Some of you guys are upset by that. Some of you guys are saying, I've been saying that for years. Okay, I'll take it a step further. It is not inherently evil to own another human being. I know. Just wait. Some of you guys are really upset, but let's talk through this because it is very important that every Christian affirm what I just said. And not only should they affirm it, every Christian in today's society should be able to defend what I just said. Okay? Every Christian should be able to defend it. Big evangelicalism has been getting this wrong for years. Basically, since the advent of Big Eva. They haven't had a good answer for the slavery issue. All right, Christians in America have been led astray on this topic. They've been led to believe things that the Bible doesn't teach. And when we go beyond the Bible, there are dire consequences. The institution of slavery is not inherently.
Point is, like, hey, people own slaves in the Bible, it's super fine. And my point is this, and why I needed you to hear that is I don't think this will come as a shock, but Joshua Hames is Pete Hegseth's pastor. This is the church that Pete Hegseth attends. Pete Hegseth has Christian nationalist tattoos all over his body. Yeah, this is, praise the Lord, Pete Hegseth is a member of this church. Praise him, everyone. It's fine to own a slave. Jesus said. Jesus did not say. That was kind of the point of the Old Testament, was to refute the violence in the Old Testament. But this is Pete. If you're ever wondering where the Pete Hegseth is going to church, the church where people are telling people we should all bring back slavery. That's where, this is Pete Hegseth's pastor. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, our government is full of these people. Don't think like, oh, that's super crazy. Well, you can look up this pastor. I don't know. His name is Joshua Hames, like Hymes. And again, all of the majority, not all, but most of these clips are on Right Wing Watch, which is, like I said, not suggesting you go on X because it's a dangerous place, but they have accounts on like YouTube, Blue Sky. Follow Right Wing Watch. I don't know how they do it, but they're keeping an eye, and they post there's articles, all sorts of things to keep if you want to know about this stuff, which I think we all should, because I know it's like everyone's like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Like, this is who these people effing are. But that guy's name, hold on. Let me go back. This is Joshua Hames. That's his name. I guess that's Pete Hegseth's pastor, and we know why Pete Hegseth is an absolute psycho who believes women, brown people, black people, gay people shouldn't be in the military. Like, ugh. Anyways, I think that's enough for today. I think I've scarred everyone enough for a Friday. I shall see you guys on Monday. I'm sorry to do that. And I want to say, Debbie, thank you for the $20. I'm learning so much from you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I know, like, that stuff's hard to hear, but it's like we were talking about yesterday. I feel like we need to, like, same with those ICE videos where I want to just break out into tears and sob. It's like, we need to bear witness to who these people are and what they're willing to do. Because, like, from my history degree and from what that I always wondered, like, oh, how could the Holocaust in Germany happen? How did that happen? I think it's apathy. I think it's a huge percentage of people just not going and understanding what was, you know what I mean? Like, we need to know. And we need to know and be prepared. Exactly. Knowledge is power. At least that's I was raised by a malignant narcissist. I need to know. That's what I feel safe, is what I know, everything I need to know to, like, prepare and try to protect myself, because this is what we are up against and what we are going to hopefully stamp out before it gets worse. These people are out of their minds, and never underestimate the danger and violence that a large group of insecure white men holding Bibles could inflict on all of us. Truly. Truly. Who were those two guys talking, and is it on YouTube? Which one? The last ones? The ones I was just showing? Donna, are you talking about these people? That's Pete Hegseth, whose church. That's Pete Hegseth. This is Joshua Hames, and Pete Hegseth is a member of his church, the Church of Slavery School. So I would suggest look up Christian National Joshua Hames and his church. But my suggestion is, if you want to start learning all about this, most of this I showed you, other than a lot of stuff about the Groypers, comes from this account. It's at Right Wing Watch. Like, they are like watching all this horrible Christian nationalist stuff and like reporting on it and then writing articles to help you understand it. So if you're looking to like understand it more, this is kind of you guys can't see what I'm looking at, I'm so sorry. This is Right Wing Watch. I would say start here, because it's kind of like a safer place that's run by progressives, where they're reporting on this stuff, because the deeper you get into this, the darker and scarier it's going to get. This is in Joshua Hames. That's Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth's pastor. That's who was sitting together in that picture. So, but most of all these clips, especially the last like 10 to 12, I got them from X on Right Wing Watch, on the Right Wing Watch account. And they put out amazing articles. And then like from there, like they'll link you to other creators that do this. So I believe Right Wing Watch is on Blue Sky. I don't know, like some of the videos they post on X, there's no way like Blue Sky would allow. They'd be blocked because of like Nick Fuentes and the use of the N-word. Like, that's what I'm saying. I invite everyone to go look at this for themselves, because a lot of this I cannot play here because there's no way. I'd be banned forever if I played some of the stuff that these people say. But I just think it's important we all get it. Like, this is real. This is not going away. As a matter of fact, This is the majority of the executive branch in the White House. The military is being run by one of these people, and we should be worried. I'm not saying, but they're definitely on YouTube too. So I would just do my research and see where you can access them. But also you can just go to this one account. You know, like this account's a safe space on X. It's just the rest of it can get ugly. Anyways, I love you guys so much. I will see you guys on Monday. Hydrate, take care of your